Event of the decade, the Golden Bachelor. Gary Turner got married to Teresa Nist last night. We're going to have a clip to play here in a second. When Turner began his Golden Bachelor journey, the 72-year-old Indiana widower won over hearts by saying he wasn't looking for a woman he could live with, but a woman he couldn't live without.
Couldn't live without? That's beautiful. That's how you get in her pants.
That turned out to be Nist, a 70-year-old financial services professional from Shrewsbury, New Jersey. Turner and Nist said I do during a live televised event on ABC last night. The Golden Bachelor fan favorite Susan Knowles of Delco.
Yes.
She officiated the whole event. Kathy Swartz of Zip It fame was a gold carpet correspondent, and heartbroken runner-up Leslie Fema attended despite a recent hospitalization. The clip that we have, what is this?
This is, they're giving their vows, and then they are pronounced man and wife, and there you go.
All right, here we go.
Sandra was playing the bongos on a six-pack. I tried to tweak his nipples, but he moved too fast.
This isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, more than anything, Nist said that she wants to have fun for the rest of the days that we have left on this earth. They were crying throughout their emotional vows, laughing about their ages. She added, it could be another hour. Then the seriousness began, and he said, I love you with all of my heart, and I cannot wait to be your wife. Or she said that. Turner then told her that he knows the hand of God and the winds of fate have ordained this moment. He said, from the first sip of chocolate shake to the last sip of Costa Rican coffee, I learned that you are the woman I can't live without.
Go on.
I mean, just because of their age, and I don't mean that in an ageist kind of a way, but the likelihood of them staying together is probably better than
They've got a good shot of finishing out their lives together.
Yeah.
I'd say this. When I first was watching the show, at the beginning of it, I was like, this has a unique angle of you're sensing people later on in life or past a lot of the BS that you see in there, normally associated with The Bachelor, but it sort of became The Bachelor in many ways. So a lot of the things started to pop up that you would see.
Steve, I think the way that I felt about this season was I hated it less.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to assess it. Yeah.
Turner continued to say that it wasn't my ear that you whispered in when you said the I love yous.
It's my vagina.
No, but my
Hello.
my very soul is what she said.
Hello.
The camera then cut to heartbroken runner-up Leslie as she looked hurt and sour.
I want to kill you.
Turner had told her that she was his girl and that he loved her in Costa Rica as well, so that checks out. After exchanging their vows, they put rings on each other's fingers, and Knowles told them that they may now, quote, take on the world together with all your hopes and dreams and pronounce them man and wife.
I know things didn't end well for us, but I just want to say I hope you both die.
The two shared a big kiss and an even bigger hug before they turned to the crowd and raised their clasped hands in celebration.
Is there, I mean, it's for all intents and purposes, this is a game show. Is there a prize at the end of this thing? Or they just, do they
I think
have to be paid scale?
You know, they're definitely being paid scale.
Yeah.
I think what you end up getting is the glow after the enduring, so maybe you could make money that way. I don't know, Case, if there is an actual announced prize. I think the prize is the getting engaged.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe there'll be things that come along with it, like appearances and stuff like that, and they'll get paid for
an air fryer.
Maybe an air fryer.
Yeah. Ooh.
It's a delightful gift.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, Sandra Bullock released her late partner Brian Randall's ashes at Snake River in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Randall had passed away in August last year. Remember, he had a battle with ALS. The Bird Box actor's sister, Jazine, posted a video of the peaceful river on a cold winter day to Instagram on Saturday. This day had also marked what would have been his 58th birthday. And she captioned it, "Happy birthday, Bryce. Sandy brought you to the river just as she promised."
Oh, wow.
Sad news.
Yeah.
Zendaya took a page from Blake Lively and countless other celebs' PR playbooks and unfollowed everyone she was following on Instagram yesterday.
Why?
Among them was her boyfriend, Tom Holland. And Holland still follows her account. Her last post, which was shared on January 1st, she had written, "Challengers April 26, wishing you all the most beautiful new year." Other celebrities have removed all their Instagram posts or unfollowed everyone when they are about to announce a new project to stoke some curiosity and maybe build up some hype. So it might be that methodology that she's
So when
following.
you unfollow everyone en masse, I assume there is a way. Obviously, you're not
I don't
going.
know.
Can you then? Well, Marissa, can you then just flick it back on all the people that you unfollowed? You can instantly,
Or do you have to
refollow?
hunt out all those accounts again?
Probably the latter. My guess is they probably work with Instagram to do this because if you do a mass unfollowing, it actually could lock out your account.
Yeah.
Because it looks like a bot or like a takeover. Like you got hacked.
So when somebody does something of this nature, you're saying they're probably working with Instagram to get it done?
100%. Meta reaches out to people to work with them, and this is probably, look, now we're talking about Instagram in the news.
There we
because
go.
It was her account. So
Those
free
devious
marketing.
pricks.
As if they needed free marketing.
The couple themselves was seen over the holidays attending the musical Little Things on London's West End right before Christmas. And they posed with star Melinda Paris backstage in a photo. She had shared it online, and she called Holland and Zendaya the sweetest. So,
They're the sweetest. I saw them.
all
They're
right.
adorable.
Shia LaBeouf. Haven't mentioned him in a little while. Of course, he's been mired in controversy in recent years. He has been received into the Catholic Church and is reportedly considering becoming a deacon.
Do it!
The actor fully entered the church this past weekend through the sacrament of confirmation, according to the Capuchin Franciscans at Western American province. This announced on Tuesday.
My father was a deacon, and it's not like you're like, oh, I'm going to be a deacon. You have to be accepted into it, right? There's there's a process.
So
you know
apparently
what I mean?
he has been, right?
Yes.
No, he's been confirmed, but he has not been accepted into
Correct.
the
I'm
diaconate
sorry.
program. Yeah.
Do it!
In an Instagram post, it shows 3 photos of the actor posing with priests and friars.
Hey, guys.
LaBeouf's confirmation took place Sunday at Old Mission Santa Ynez Parish. So he's just been confirmed into the church. Is that what that is
which
now?
is
Okay.
that. I mean, that's just like it's just
It's
one
one
of
of
the sacraments.
several steps, right?
Well, it's a sacrament, right? So you're baptized, and then you have your first whole penance, then your Holy Communion, and then the next sacrament would be
And then the relay race.
confirmation, and then marriage is one, and then last rites. I don't know if I missed one in there, but
Yeah, I don't understand what sacraments are. I'll have to look that up. I've heard the term many times over the years, but I don't know what their definition
but like
is.
confirmation is not like, well, he's been confirmed and now he can be a deacon. No. Like 6th graders get confirmed. It's,
Right. No,
yeah.
it's an acceptance into the church
Yeah.
type of thing. Okay.
It's the final.
Shia is A-okay.
Capuchin friar brother Alexander Rodriguez, who served as LaBeouf's confirmation sponsor, said that LaBeouf has been contemplating becoming a deacon since he made his 2022 movie Padre Pio. LaBeouf had played 20th century Italian priest Francesco Forgione in that movie.
Francesco.
And that's fun to say. And spent time at the California parish preparing for the role. He just spontaneously said, "I want to become a deacon," and he still feels that way, according to Rodriguez. Back in 2014, LaBeouf had told Interview Magazine that he immersed himself in Christianity while making the movie Fury, in which he played an American World War II soldier. He said, "I found God during Fury. I became a Christian man, and not in an effing bull-ass way, in a very real way," he said.
Totes.
I could have been...
No cap, bro.
I could have just said the prayers that were on the page, but it was a real thing that really saved me. So he wants to do it.
Listen, if it's giving him solace and peace, and all that, bit more power to him.
It calms him down a bit.
Yeah.
Then
This is him calm down.
I'm all for it.
Agreed.
Love is Blind Season 5 contestant Renee Posh has filed a lawsuit against Netflix and the production company behind the hit show, Delirium TV, claiming the imprisonment while on the show and essentially being set up with, quote, a walking red flag when she got engaged to fellow contestant Carter Wall.
Okay, so is your wife into the show?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so. Posh claims, and they're entering into, I think, their third season.
Okay.
So, Posh claims that she entered into an overreaching and unlawful talent agreement purporting to govern her appearance on Love is Blind, like when she claimed production staff seized her phone, passport, and driver's license on her first night in Los Angeles.
This is about season 5. They're already on season 5.
Oh, okay. Sorry. When you're right, it says here Love is
You
Blind
said it,
season
yeah.
5. So it shows you how much I pay attention to this program.
Listen, it's a lot of work.
So, according to the suit, when not filming, Posh was locked in her hotel room, unable to leave without a cast wrangler accompanying her. She was expressly forbidden from interacting not only with participants, but also with random hotel guests and staff in some ways. And this is a sentiment shared by many participants, and she felt like a prisoner. She was paid a total of $8,000 from her appearances and was made to believe that the stipend could be, quote, clawed back, and that she would be sued unless she agreed to all the production's demands, even if they made her feel unsafe. Fellow season 5 contestant Tran Dang, who also got engaged and also was not featured on the series, made similar allegations in her lawsuit filed in October.
My question is, what do they sign when they first become part of the show? What rights have they signed away?
I'm thinking most everything.
Yeah.
Posh ultimately hit it off with this guy, Wall is his name, but that love story quickly unraveled following their engagement. Posh claims that she was told all participants would be extensively screened through a rigorous background check process, psychological examinations, and compatibility assessments. But little did she know that she would be matched with, quote, a walking red flag. He was apparently, here's the story behind him, unemployed with a negative balance in his bank account, homeless, violent, estranged from his family, and actively addicted to drugs and alcohol. This is what she claims in the court documents.
But he did this very funny dance, Preston, where he hit his penis between his thighs. It was just so funny.
The lawsuit said Wall's erratic and alarming behavior and emotional instability became glaringly obvious to
Want to
Posh
see the dance again?
and the production staff. Posh became utterly terrified to be around him and made her misgivings clear to production. She claimed that production had its own concerns about Wall, warning Posh to ensure that he did not have access to firearms or other weapons. So this thing drags on. It's a long-ass story, but apparently, so she's seeking a suit against him, saying that they didn't, that number one, they kind of held her against her will, and that they didn't.
They sort of exceeded the parameters.
They didn't do the background check on this guy deep enough and so on. So, I mean.
Well, you remember years ago, the dating game, right? Where there was a serial killer that participated in the dating game.
Yep, there was.
That wasn't his occupation that was stated.
Oh, it wasn't like,
No.
oh, we got
a serial killer from San Bernardino.
Tell us about the last 3 people you killed.
The last one put up a fight. That's how I have this cut on my knuckle.
Oh my God.
Contestant number 3 is a serial killer
From San Bernardino, California. I just love strangling. I'm a strangler.
I just love the watch.
the way he struggled. The light.
And the breathing and it goes. It's a funny sound. I like it.
You can literally watch the life leave their eyes. It's amazing.
So anyhow, we'll see if this lawsuit goes anywhere.
Well,
This is a great-
you want a 25-inch Admiral TV.
This is a fantastic theme song. Listen how good this is.
Oh, it is.
It's very Herb Albert.
Very much so, with the little staccato trumpets. Yeah. All right, so this is interesting. Jeremy Allen White from The Bear, the main actor there, is the latest.
The bear.
The Bear.
Wait, is this the guy from Shameless?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the latest celebrity to don a pair of Calvin Klein underwear. I looked at the pictures. The dude is ripped up, man.
Yeah.
He's in outstanding shape.
So he got in shape for Iron Claw.
Yeah, the wrestler movie about the Von Erich family. So his campaign launched yesterday to the delight of many in a video shared to Instagram by the fashion company. White can be seen stripping down to nothing but a pair of white boxer briefs and showing off his physique on a rooftop in New York City.
You know, he says trained him a lot. Who really got him to get into this shape was Zac Efron. Like,
Yes.
Zac
kidding.
Efron is like a machine.
Yeah, he said Zach was over the top as far as his workout and ethics and how far he took it.
You got to see that movie. I mean, you've spoken of them, and you were, I think, more familiar with them than I was. But the movie, Preston, they're talking Oscar consideration.
Yeah.
They're saying it's really good.
It's funny because in the last season of The Bear, there were just a couple of scenes where, it was just his arms. He wasn't like,
but he was
topless or anything
jacked.
like that. And I'm like, hang on a second. I'm like, this dude has got like big time definition in his arms.
So that's he was preparing for the movie while he was
Okay.
doing that as well. Kathy, there's the picture up on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he looks amazing. So that's going to be a campaign for him. Speaking of campaigns, according to Page Six, Ben Affleck recreated a viral meme from 2020 during which he struggled to carry multiple iced coffees in a Dunkin' Donuts box outside of his home in L.A. This time it was intentional. He was shooting a new commercial for Dunkin'. He's wearing jeans and alternating T-shirts. He was photographed carrying and dropping multiple boxes of Dunkin' Donuts. And one photo shows him wearing a T-shirt with Matt Damon's face on it. So
That's great.
kudos to them for running with this.
I think it's wonderful how much he's into this Dunkin' program, this ad campaign, because they are all, the Bostonian connection is huge.
And Steve, remember Casey Affleck did that Dunkin' parody on SNL? And it was brilliant. It was so damn funny.
So you think this is going to be for the Super Bowl?
Oh, probably.
You know what? Yeah. I bet you it will be.
But if I'm wrong,
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and our pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Thank you for that. Would you like to? Thank you.
Apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chris Lagan, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sailor.
By the way, do you offer pudding?
Hey, Press,
Yes.
who would you be better friends with, Matt Damon or Ben Affleck?
Wow. I like Matt Damon a little bit more than Ben Affleck. I don't know why, but
I think Ben would be a better hang.
you think so?
I'm gonna mirror what now. Obviously, Ben Affleck is my favorite Batman, and I think he has very cool aspects. I think they're sort of neck and neck. I think I would probably have a easier time with Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go out with both of them and see.
Contrast and compare.
Bradley Cooper knows. I mean, he's a dear friend. Perhaps he can arrange sort of a something just lunch for
Casual.
that service. Yeah.
I like it.
And we'll go to TGI Friday, Kat.
Yeah, I'm sure they like it there.
Couple more quick things. According to the Hollywood Reporter, a second round of for the 81st annual Golden Globes was announced yesterday. Oprah Winfrey, America Ferrara, Daniel Kaluuya, Florence Pugh, Haley Steinfeld, Issa Rae, Shamik Moore, Simu Lee are all set to present at the award ceremony, and they join the previously announced presenters, Amanda Seyfried, Angela Bassett, George Lopez, a whole bunch of people on board, Michelle Yeoh, Patrick J. Adams. And Joe Coy is hosting the ceremony. Will show air on CBS and Paramount Plus this Sunday, by the way.
I'd be curious to see how awards do this year, because just in general, they've been declining over time. And I think there's just so many other things to watch. And
I thought didn't they rebound last year? They had
a little bit
better.
They've been down, though. Overall, all award shows have gone down in viewership. They used to be a lot bigger.
Yeah. All right, and then one last thing. Deadline reports that Killers at the Flower Moon will soon be available for streaming. That'll be on the Apple TV Plus. It's at It Theaters. The streaming platforms on January 12th. And it received 12 Critic Choice Award nominations and 7 Golden Globe Award.
But if you like the Trolls movie, you're going to love this.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, new movies opening this weekend. All right, we're going to start with Night Swim. It's a horror mystery film starring Wyatt Russell, Carrie Condon, and Jodie Long. Ray Waller is a former Major League Baseball player forced into early retirement by degenerative illness who moves into a new home with his concerned wife, Eve, teenage daughter, Izzy, and young son, Elliot. Secretly hoping against the odds to return to pro ball, Ray persuades Eve that the new home's shimmering backyard swimming pool will be fun for the kids and provide physical therapy for him. But a dark secret in the home's past will unleash a malevolent force that will drag the family under into the depths of inescapable terror. Hour and 38 minutes long, rated PG-13. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes only gives it a 27% score so far.
So here's one of these cases where the original, the creator of the film, the writer-director, had released a short film, a version that is this basically. That is, like a 15-minute film, and it blew up. It was huge.
Okay.
And when you have something like that, the question is, can you pad that out to an hour and a half?
All right, then you have Good Grief, comedy, drama, starring Dan Levy, Luke Evans, Celia Emery. I'm not sure. So Mark was content living in the shadow of his larger-than-life husband, Oliver, but when Oliver unexpectedly dies, Mark's world shatters, sending him and his two best friends, Sophie and Thomas, on a soul-searching trip to Paris that reveals some hard truths each need to face. Hour and 40 minutes long. Hits theaters and streaming on Netflix as well. Rotten Tomato score, 73%. And then finally, Memory, a drama starring Jessica Chastain, Peter Skarsgård, and Brooke Timber. So Sylvia is a social worker who leads a simple and structured life, her daughter, her job, and her AA meetings. And this is blown open when Saul follows her home from their high school reunion. Their surprise encounter will profoundly impact both of them as they open the door to the past. Hour and 40 minutes long. It's a wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes gives it an 89%.
Jessica Chastain's been on a tear lately with the roles. Yeah. The eyes of Tammy Faye, I really love.
Yeah, she was great in that.
Yeah.
All right, and now we are ready for clips. The new series, Extended Family, is loosely based on the lives of former husband and wife and her new husband, Boston Celtics owner, Wyc Grousbeck. In this clip, John Cryer talks about staying friendly for the sake of the kids.
What I fell in love with when I first got the script was that this was a lovely way for people to try and maintain the love that they had that brought them together in a divorce. To try and find that little thing that made them fall in love in the first place.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Extended Family airs Sunday nights. That's on NBC. Here's our next clip. What if Mrs. Maisel were British and blonde? Introducing Barbara Parker, a beauty queen who is on a quest to break into the bloke-dominated London comedy scene of the 1960s. Here, star Gemma Arterton talks about the real-life situations captured in her new show, Funny Woman.
There has been that sort of attitude towards attractive women in comedy. There's a bit in episode 1 where she's being interviewed by a journalist and he just stares at her boobs and she's like, hello, I am here if you want to ask me anything. That happens all the time. And listen, the other day I was at a premiere and someone was literally staring at my boobs as I was talking to them about the show.
What the hell are you talking about?
Funny Woman premieres this Sunday, and you can find that on PBS, by the way. And that's it. It's the entertainment report for today. We have a beautiful sunrise taking place as we head into a Friday excursion together. Guest-wise, we're going to have Mr. Pete Lee stopping by. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club through the weekend. And we have a really cool announcement about something that you can be a part of. We'll get to that in our first run at the Bizarre File, which will be around 8 a.m. or so. We're going to take a quick break. Oh, I want to remind you, Casey, our fashion maven, has an appearance tomorrow. He'll be at Men's Warehouse in their grand opening on City Avenue in Bala Cynwyd. And that's from noon to 2 tomorrow. So stop by, and you could win maybe $25 gift cards from Men's Warehouse. Just mention that to you real quick. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Healthy. I work in a machine shop. Yep. So I'm standing there with my new phone, with the camera facing me, holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over. He goes, "Am I disturbing anything?" I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia. Mm-hmm. So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first. But she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So listen, I've gotten used to dropping trow and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have it at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility, as you said, Preston. If you go and you show and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half, and you have a time, and you've got things to do during your day, and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be, because when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this, where you would actually have, whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat,
Listen,
man.
What if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you? Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean, she's so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me, so I went. No, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me, so I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
Whoa. So they had seen that. Wow, okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes, but the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, really?
Well, are there are USB cameras that you can, right? Maybe we'll have one at the ready. If you're calling your gynecologist.
Well,
a little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
Steve, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you do. You want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean, all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside? No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where.
Anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So you know how like if you're trying to take a picture of evidence and you don't know. Like you lay a dollar bill next to it, so it gives it perspective.
So here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes.
They always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Case is going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill.
Yes.
See? Just make sure like your hands aren't in the picture too, because then you look like you have these huge giant hands.
Do you ever see like the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like come on. Mm-hmm. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. Oh my God.
God, I'm so big.
Little Women star Florence Hughes is shutting down criticism over the age gap between her and her boyfriend, Zach Braff. She's 24, he's 44.
That's 20 years.
And here's how it went down. She posted a shot of herself, and he commented with a princess emoji, and a follower remarked, "You're 44 years old." And she responded, "And yet he got it." There you go.
That's awesome stuff. I love that kind of byplay on social media. And yet he got it.
And yet he got it. Wow.
Little Women. I'm so little.
Zach Braff.
Let's see. Little Women, already did that one.
You came back. You made a mistake.
I did.
It's okay. Little Women make mistakes too.
Let's go over Vanessa Hudgens. She gave recent ex Austin Butler a taste of what he's missing on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so help me out with this.
Okay,
All right,
anything on Instagram is just as awesome.
She posted a series of shots of herself in a suit.
In a piece men's suit?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Writing Thirsty Thursday. Y'all, LOL. I don't really have many pics that qualify, so not sure how long this will last. But for now, we wet.
We wet?
Damn.
We wet.
We wet. Sopping wet.
Thirsty.
Yo.
Thirsty.
Did she hashtag it Thirsty Thursday?
Yeah.
We wet. We wet, man.
We wet.
Buckets of girly juice.
It's just, she's just saying, that she's thirsty.
Yo.
To all the boys out there.
Does that mean thirsty as in I need something to drink?
No.
Thirsty for sex.
I need something in my mouth.
Yeah.
That's not food.
That's not food.
You didn't have to go to oral.
Well, I mean, listen, I just assume that's how you get things started.
Yeah. That's how you get the thirsty train rolling.
Very generous of you.
Yeah.
Did anyone find this picture of her?
She must have posted it on her stories because it's not on her.
All right.
feed.
Well, she wasn't that thirsty then. If she didn't want to
She was
stay
only
for-
temporarily. She was thirsty for 24 hours.
Let's just say she was peckish.
But let me run that quote by you again.
Okay.
Y'all, LOL. I don't really have many pics that qualify, so not sure how long this will last for. But for now, we wet.
We wet.
Nice
we wet.
beaver.
We wet beaver.
We wet. She's a lovely young lady, and she wet.
I mean, come on. How can you not be embarrassed writing crap like that? Really? And I love her. I think she's awesome.
We wet.
She posted a Thirsty Thursday post 2 weeks ago as well, so she's been thirsty for a while.
Really thirsty.
Or she just gets thirsty on Thursdays.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, she's on a special diet where you only drink on Thursday, and I mean that's the only liquid you consume for the whole
That's
week.
right. So you're slowly dying throughout the week.
Can't wait till Thursday.
I'm so thirsty.
I'm so thirsty. What day is it?
This is only Tuesday.
God damn.
Oh, I'm never gonna make it.
I can't wait for 4 almonds Friday. You just eat 4 almonds on Friday?
Friday.
Yeah, I'm an actress. We wet. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I queefed and dust came out. It looks like when you blow on one of those candy cigarettes.
The powdered sugar.
We dry.
We dry. All right, so this is a little bit offbeat, but the Tower of London, we visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there, and I remember being there and saying they're huge. They're these big black birds.
Yeah.
I just thought they were. That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow...
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those
raise
crow
them.
seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time. And according to legend, if they ever leave, both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
Great dress for us, as Marlena's gone.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kath. We got an announcement coming up less than an hour from now, around 8 or so. When we get to the bizarre file, we think you will find it very, very interesting. You may find this interesting, too. I had a story I wanted to share with you guys.
All right.
This happened over the break. Rochelle and I were going to go down to our shore house just to spend a day or two. I love going to the shore in the wintertime.
I'm a huge fan. I know some people don't understand that, but it is so contemplative and quiet.
It's still the ocean and beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's also it's empty. It's a ghost town, and
there's so many houses that you can easily break into.
But if you just want to take it down a notch and relax, it's a great place to go. So we were going to leave. This might have been the day after we did our last or after we did the show at the Colonial. So anyhow, we're getting ready to leave, and she wanted to stop by Steven Singer Jewelers. I got her a gift for Christmas, but it didn't quite fit properly. Yep. It was a bracelet, and she wanted to go and resize it or see what else we get. And I was like, okay, sure, we'll swing through. I didn't really feel like swinging through Center City, but just because we were on our way to go relax. But I'm like, okay, fine, let's go.
And nothing will relax you like Center City.
Oh my God! And it was so much fun to drive through there. So anyway, we get in the car. And I get in first, and she opens the door, gets in, and all of a sudden when she steps in, I go, did you just like drag a fart in here or something like that? I'm like, this, yeah, it stinks. I smell something. She's like, no. She's like, and she sniffs for a second and doesn't really smell anything. And then after a little bit, she's like, okay, yeah, I smell something too. I'm like, I don't know what it is, whatever. So we head off. We're driving down, and I smelled it for a little bit, and then eventually the smell kind of dissipates. So I brush it off, and we drive into Center City. We get to Parked. We go into Steven Singer. We're talking to the gang there, and then they sit us down there. These great chairs. We can sit at the counter and kind of hang out and wait for them to take care of whatever business you want to take. And there's other people there next to us. There's a couple sitting next to us that are looking at engagement rings, and I'm kind of listening with one ear and just kind of watching that whole fun little
exciting
thing.
to see.
It is. It's
love.
It's fun to watch.
Love.
So we're sitting there, and then I noticed that smell again.
Oh no! It means it's on you.
And she goes, I smell it too. And I go, what's going on? And so she goes, I don't know. Did I like step in dog crap or something? Right. She looks down at her foot, and when she said that, and looks down at her foot and thinks I stepped in dog crap, I immediately go, oh my God. I know what it is.
Oh, no.
I reach in my jacket pocket. I had taken the dogs out for a walk.
Oh, my God.
And I hit a huge bag of steaming dog crap in my jacket pocket. And I'm sitting there, and I go, I got to get out of here. I got to go. Because I'm not going to go. I'm not going to say, hey, do you have a trash can?
Do you have a waste paper basket?
Because I'm going to dump this feces in there and leave it in here.
Oh, my God.
I go out. I'm at the other corner of it, the Walnut.
Yeah.
I walk down, and I found a trash bin, and I throw it in there, and I come back in.
Oh, my God.
And Rochelle is talking to the sales guy, and she's like, oh, he'll tell you. And I go, and the couple that is shopping for their engagement rings is sitting next to me. I go, I'm not talking. I go, no. I'm not gonna reveal what this was.
Oh my God!
And because they're sitting right next to me, and I had a bag of crap in my pocket.
Oh, dude,
and I had completely forgotten about it.
I love how you accuse Rochelle of vapor trails. Yeah,
I smell. I'm like, I'm not.
Dude. Try to keep that in check.
Yeah, stop crap.
What's wrong with you?
Here.
Would you crap yourself?
I couldn't believe it. I was just like,
great.
oh, man.
But like, why even put it in your coat to begin with?
I've done that.
It was cold out, and I was walking the dogs.
I know. I don't even know. I wouldn't put it in my coat. I know that it's safely in a bag or whatever, but I just would have a hard time putting. Yeah.
If you put it raw,
never mind.
If you put it raw in your pocket, I could see that being an issue.
Yeah, if I just pick it up with my hand and just throw it in there. No, it's a jacket. It's a full winter jacket, and I threw it in the pocket, and I just forgot it was there. Normally, I drop it off in the trash can right because we go through the garage to get into the house.
Gives you a good way to accuse Rochelle of farting.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing too. When you smell it in another location from when you initially smelled it, you're like, "That's it. It's on me.
It's on on me.
It's here.
Yeah.
What the hell is it?
Oh my God.
It's the worst. It's the worst too. Well,
I felt like such an idiot, and
You had to leave.
yeah, and I was a little mad at Rochelle because she was kind of like, oh, he's got a story to tell when he gets back in there. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. No, I saved that for the radio.
Yeah, with the young couple picking out their engagement ring next to us.
Just a symbol of our love. And please tell us your dog poo story.
Yeah. So, all right. But anyway, I knew you guys would enjoy that, and I knew our friends at Steven Singer would enjoy that too. So I'm not the only one who has stories from the break. I think, Nick, did you have something that you wanted to share?
So this one kind of struck me as odd over the break, over the holidays, and I have sort of a love-hate relationship with people that send out Christmas letters. And when I initially get them, I look at the letter and I'm like, I don't want to read this. And then I read it and I'm like, oh, that's kind of nice. Like I find myself reacting in a way that I'm like is an inappropriate reaction, and I try to like get a little more high-minded about it and mindful about it. And think, well, they're just sharing what's happened in their family over the last year. And
you're upset with yourself for your initial reaction.
I am, and I look at it. I think my initial reaction has always been like, well, these people are bragging about how great their lives have been, and like it's they're showing off their ego or how much they made last year or all their cool vacations or how great their kids are.
Well, look at this guy; he drives around with dog crap in his pocket.
Bragging about it to everybody.
Well, Nick, can I just say, because I only really get one of those. Some there'll be like a brief statement on the back of the card, but I get one from someone. It's a friend of mine who moved away years ago. She lives down in North Carolina. I see her maybe once every 2-3 years, and I don't talk to her all that much. So, and she sends that out. So I don't feel like she's bragging. I feel like she's just updating me, like she has a grandchild now, and like I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know you had a kid. She got a new dog. Like, I don't know. I just kind of
I'll have to bring that up to her in 3 years.
Maybe it's because I don't get too many of them, but with her, it's nice to kind of see that she's still doing well.
And when I think about it for more than 30 seconds, Kathy, I'm like, yes, it is nice to see what's going on in these people's lives, and I feel updated. I'm happy about it. But I just am mad at myself for what my initial reaction had been over the years. So I got one from a friend this holiday season, and I open. I'm like, oh great, here's this thing again. And then I'm like, oh no, great, here's this thing again. I can read and see what's right. So I get a Christmas card every year from my mom. My brother Adam lives in Virginia. He gets a Christmas card from my mom, and my brother Josh lives out in Colorado, and we all get Christmas cards. And my now fiance, her parents live up in the Poconos, and so my mom sends Christmas cards to them as well. What I found out this year, because my fiance was up in the Poconos, is that my mom sends out a Christmas letter every year. However, none of us have ever gotten it. We had no idea that she did this to everybody else in the world that she sends Christmas cards to.
How many letters is she writing, you think?
Dozens.
Really?
Yeah, and Steve, she takes them to Staples. She puts them on special stationery. They're surrounded by holly, and she makes sure that the print is nice. She not once in 30 plus years has ever sent one to me or my brothers, and we have no idea.
Because you're part of it, right?
I guess, but like, I'd kind of like to know what's going on in the family. Hear from other people, or my mom's a good writer. She's an English teacher. Like, I would kind of like to see what her perspective on the last year was. And my brothers and I had no idea that she was doing this ever. And it kind of like blew my mind that like, this has been a part of the McElwain family history for 30 years, and we were completely left out of it.
I can see, because she would consider you within the story that she's going to tell.
I suppose.
That would be.
But don't you think that I would at least be aware that she was writing a holiday letter?
That would blow my mind.
That's funny.
Yeah, and so
please keep this from Nick.
Yeah. And so I reached out to her. I was like, Mom, can maybe we get copies of the letters? Because Steve, there was a point, I think, where you talked about interviewing your father.
Yes.
And I love the fact that you took time, and he took time to delve into family history and learn stuff that you probably
did not know.
Right.
Yes. Tremendous amount of it.
This is now 30 years of McElwain family history that I'm sure I've forgotten about, and my mom has taken the time to write down year after year.
Dear Mr. Manson, can you tell me more about my husband?
Yeah.
Does she have all the letters saved by any chance?
Well, so Casey, that's what I asked her. I was like, maybe you could update us, because I would like to look back on it and maybe make a journal out of it.
Well, that's to go on for decades and not be aware that she does this very elaborate thing is pretty wild.
I thought that was a little odd.
Nick, do you know what it said about you this year?
Well, no, but I know that last year said that we got engaged, and that Joshua had climbed several mountains, and Adam and his family had a baby girl and all that kind of stuff, because Andrea's parents sent me a copy of last year's.
CC me on this, would you?
Wow.
Yeah, so that's my holiday story. I just was kind of blown away by that.
I think it's wonderful that people take the time to do that and to write letters. I'm so ADD that a long text, I start to text.
All right, so
it's too much.
Steve, when you open that card, when you get that Christmas card and there's a letter in it, what is your initial reaction?
Fireplace. No. I'm thinking
starting a fire.
I think I really do. If they've written a letter, I especially around the holidays, I'll take the time to read it. They've done something that I am, as a subhuman, would never do.
So you sit down and read it.
I would read it.
Okay.
If they took the time to do it.
Well, maybe my mom can send you one this year.
Yeah. Yes. Throw in a couple meatballs. I'm down.
Yeah.
So years ago, like when I first got married, we sent out a card. It was a big family picture of a I didn't know, and I wrote a big long story about everybody and what they were, their life and who got engaged and had a baby and this and that, and I sent it to my family. Like I sent it to everyone in my family in New York, my parents, my brothers, and never said anything like as to who it was, and we just waited to see like who said something.
Did you get a response?
And people were like, "Who are they?" And then they all started to talk, and they were like, "It's Kathy."
It must be.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it was funny.
Wow, I love that. I've never sent out cards, letters, anything like that.
So your family doesn't do Christmas cards?
No.
Yeah, we don't either.
Let me ask you. So here's a point to bring up.
Sometimes we'll do birthday
You
cards.
did when they were little. When the kids were
when
little.
Christmas cards were little.
Yeah. But I think that, I did when Jace was little too, but now it's like, I feel like he's like, he's like almost an adult. Am I really sending a photo of him
Have
to
you
you?
noticed this year, and I don't know, there has been exponentially a dramatic drop in Christmas cards. Right?
Yeah, I did notice that there was a drop in Christmas cards for sure.
Obviously, emails and texting and things
Social
like that.
media.
Social media has
Yeah.
I think, usurped that.
Well,
right?
a lot of cards I got, I was like, because a lot of people will use their vacation photos or a beach photo, which I think you hate.
Or their
Preston.
mug shots.
No, but I've seen like if they're posted on social media, like I got a number of cards and I'm like, I already saw these photos.
Yeah. Old news.
By the way, and going back to Nick, you initially started off by saying that here's all the wonderful things that happen throughout the year and so on. I when I start to see that pop up on social, the year in review, it's nothing but wonderful and great, and these are amazing things that I did. It kind of puts me off a little bit. It doesn't like make me angry or anything like that, but I'm just like, oh, I've already seen a bunch of these.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if somebody added just a little disclaimer that said, by the way, I had very mundane moments and very frustrating moments.
I had hemorrhoids.
I had all this other crap happen too.
Yeah.
This isn't my life 24 hours a day.
But people don't do that. You don't go, hey, by the way, I had crappy stuff going on. It's.
I know, they're not going to do that.
No.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it'd be nice if they did do that.
I disagree, but anyway.
So in my one,
I know your posts are all pretty much awesome too.
Okay. Why are you being a dick?
Because why are you being a bit dick about what I'm saying?
Because I'm saying, like, you don't do
Does
that.
anyone have popcorn?
You don't spread holiday, mundane, horrible stuff. Like, I don't know why you would, I'm going to put it in an envelope and go, hey, I had a crappy year. I don't know.
What he's saying.
I know.
So what he's saying, I can explain because
not on the same page as you guys.
I'm just a wonderful person. Preston is saying for contextual purposes. I think also and I know what you're saying, which is people aren't inclined. They want to celebrate. Here's what happened that's wonderful. Preston saying contextually for someone who might look at it the same way people look at Instagram photos that look all wonderful and awesome.
Yeah.
A little context. Yeah, we had our pitfalls too, but we had a wonderful year. And right?
I
Is
like
that what you're talking about? Okay.
I like that tone better.
I think
that's me personally, but what do I know?
Well, you also, I think you're still a little hurt about the poop in the pocket thing.
Yeah. But anyhow, all right, Casey, how about that story about you and the guy?
Me being a jerk off?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
What? How does it make you feel when Preston calls you a jerk off?
It wasn't Preston. Well, this isn't a holiday story.
else.
This just happened.
Oh, this just happened. Oh,
this
I'm
just
sorry.
happened. Holiday season?
Yes. So, yes,
Kinda,
we are
sorta.
still within the
calling it
12
that.
days of Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was pulling into my Wawa the other day, and it's on Sproul Road, and so the long and short of it is a guy backhandedly called me a jerk off with a smile on his face, and I accepted it with a smile on my face.
Okay, so for our understanding, did he actually use the words
Jerk
off?
Yes, he
Well,
did.
okay, so that's not even backhandedly. That's full frontal hand.
All right, so so we are both making a left into the Wawa parking lot. He's in front of me, so he makes that left. Okay, I then go to make the left, but after he fully gets into the parking lot, he brakes. He stops because somebody is backing out of a spot and he can't move any further. Now, because he is braking, am basically, I don't know, like a quarter still into the street.
Okay. So you need more room to get into the parking lot. Yeah.
Now, the car that is backing out of the spot, there is an open spot next to that's where he's backing out of. So I just continue next to him and I pull into the spot. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you kind of went around him. You went to his left.
Yeah, I went to his left. Now, I
could see it as cutting him off, but you didn't have much of a choice because you were hanging out in the street.
I didn't have a choice. Now, I'm thinking in my mind, oh, this guy thinks I'm such an a-hole for doing this. But in my defense, it was not an a-hole move. It was an equally defensive and offensive move at the same time. And I think that's how people need to drive. You can't just drive defensively and you can't drive offensively. You got to
drive offensively.
You got to straddle the line. And so, but I knew it looked like an aggressive move on my part, but I was just trying to, I have a child in the car with me. I'm trying to be safe. So when he pulls up the car, I kind of look at him, I give him like a peace sign. And then, he gets out of the car, and we're looking at each other, and I'm like, walking up to the door, and I apologize essentially for my move.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, hey, man, I'm so sorry about that. And he goes, yeah, no. He's like, no, I totally get it. The person was backing out, and he's like, I could have been a total jerk off too, but I wasn't. And that was, and so I hold the door for him, and we're smiling, and he just called me a jerk off. And then,
is it possible that he was just inartful with the way he said that?
There is that very, very possibility that
I think hearing you say that, I think the way he's saying it is like it could appear that I was a jerk off, was what he meant.
If that's what he meant, then that's not what he said. He was like, I could have been a jerk off too.
Casey, do you think that Wawa parking etiquette is different than any other place on the planet? Like there's a bit of, like, Pat House has that bit about, holding the door for people going in and out of Wawa. The way that you enter a Wawa parking lot and leave it, I feel is a little bit different. And you're a veteran. Maybe he wasn't a veteran.
Korea War.
Well, a Wawa parking lot veteran.
Like, what do you mean a veteran?
38 parallel.
I meant Delco vet.
Death March.
Pork Chop Hill, that's how you got that Purple Heart.
Wait, are you saying the parking lots are nice like the entryway?
What I'm saying is Casey's approach to the parking lot, to me, makes perfect sense. And I think that this guy wasn't following the proper etiquette, and therefore I think the jerk off was not. I don't think that was warranted.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was either because I
do.
But contextually, as I started to make that left into the lot, this car was not backing out of the spot.
Right.
By the time the nose of my car had entered the parking lot, that's when I see the car backing out. Because in my mind, I'm like, why is this guy stopping?
Right.
Because
and you're a decorated veteran.
I'm a decorated veteran, man. I fought for this country.
Pork Chop Hill.
God, Don. And so at the time when I was, because if I knew
Run to the wall, can't get into the spot. Guy has me. My ass in my car is hanging out in the street. Call me baby killer.
If I knew that car was pulling out of the spot, I would have just stayed in the street and just waited, and then let everything take its place.
Yes.
But I didn't see it because that car that
was blocking
the guy that called me the jerk off. He was blocking my line of sight of that car backing out, and I didn't see the car backing out until it actually gotten into the lot. But Nick, to answer that question, it really depends on the parking spot. I mean the parking lot, right? So,
yeah,
because we around here have 3 Wawas. Our 3 closest Wawas here to where we are at work are the 3 worst Wawa parking lots.
Ever.
The one on Montgomery in, what is that?
Staples,
that one's bad. The one here on Belmont and the one on Rock Hill. They're all 3 of those parking lots are
the Conchi one's horrible too.
That little one?
Oh my God.
That, I don't even know how that still exists. Like, I don't know. Because there's another one right in Concha, I guess because it's right off of the highway, so you can quick stop. But that parking lot is...
Yeah, forget it.
That's one of the worst.
I will purposely not go there because of the parking lot.
I can't tell you the last time I was there.
I went to Germantown Avenue. That's the one I go to. It's about a mile from my house. And every time I'd go, dear God, I want to die. This goddamn parking lot. not realizing there's an entire parking lot behind it.
Oh,
that
really?
Is a Wawa parking lot. I'm like, there's a guy like in a chaise lounge in the back. It's like, oh my God, I felt like such a fool.
Steve, the issue with the one down on Rock Hill is that like Wawa's not the only thing in that lot. There's some you go around the corner and there's so there's not just Wawa in that parking area, so you have to fight with other people getting in and out of that lot.
I was just going to say, I think that what's worse about that one is trying to get out of the lot.
Yes.
Like, depending on where you need to go.
Which road?
That's what's bad about it.
The little subtlety here of this thing, which Casey's talking about, where you're pulling into a lot and someone is pulling in, and as they're pulling in, a space opens up in front of that person. It's happened to me many times. And so you're kind of stuck sticking out in the road a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, other cars are not supposed to drive into you.
Right. Technically.
This kind of sums it up. Wawa is where folks will hold the door and smile going in and then run you down in the parking lot. Known fact.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, it all
not a
changes
friendly
after you
lot.
get past the vestibule.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
then you're in the open country once you get out of there.
The vestibules are disappearing. They took away that area so now when you go into the Wawa, my Wawa, you go right into the store. There's no.
Wow. They put a new one, gas station, a whole big new one on Germantown Pike heading into like East Narton. It used to be Ray's Diner. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Sat like vacant for years. It's now, and I thought it went up pretty quick. I mean, my parents lived down that way, so I passed by it.
Yes, I saw it when they were building it a little while back, the biggie.
So it's there, it's open, but I don't know if it has a vestibule. I'll check it out, Steve.
Interesting. Hang on a second. I want to go to Mario. Mario, good morning.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Sanadelphia. There's no poop on these streets.
That's a good Tony Bennett. Yes, very nice.
What's up, buddy?
All right, so for the record, Casey, I know exactly what Wawa you're talking about, and it is a mess in general, let alone any other time of the day where there's actually some traffic, right? There are two different ways to get into that parking lot, and if you're coming right in off a Sproul, not at the light, but just past it, that dude is contractually obligated to drive all the way through, make a circle, because that is it's a hellhole. You know, you gotta give everybody else the benefit of the doubt. And Prespo, if somebody's backing out right in front, right as you pull in, you know what? You leave that to the next guy. Take the other one unless you're freaking handicapped. You know what I mean?
I might be inclined to agree with you, Mario, on that, especially if you know there's traffic behind you coming in.
Yeah,
so even though technically you would be next in line for that spot as the person was pulling out, you can't create a backup situation onto the road for other people. So, yes, I would probably pull through and just look for another spot.
And now we're talking about the sense of entitlement around here. It's a whole different ball game, you know?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
Love ya.
Love ya. By the way, Case, I think the guy was saying, "Look, I would have done that too." It seems like a jerk maneuver, but it's what you had to do.
Did he
You know
at
what I
any
mean?
point place his hands on your shoulders, pull you close in, and go, "I'm saying you.
Yeah.
You are a jerk off."
Well, so that's the thing. There's one word in that sentence where he was calling me a jerk off, and when he said "to," TOO.
Did he mean TOO or TWO?
Oh, that's a good question. Or TO. And if he meant TO, I'm like, yo, bro, your
English.
grammar is way off. I'm like, I'm not an A student, but that's not the right two.
You don't know nothing about history.
But when he said "to," I was like,
but that stuff lives with you. Yeah, that'll fester with you.
But you know what? I wasn't even mad. I really wasn't. I was like, this guy just called me a jerk off right to my face, and we're smiling at each other.
By the way,
and holding the doors for each other.
We had that thing in the parking lot. I just wanted to ask, did you call me a jerk off? To my ear, it sounded like it was a little bit more benign. You know, but that's what it sounds like.
Anybody else have any other holiday stories they want to share? Was everything squeaky clean and wonderful?
I'm all good. The 3-day work week is a thing I'm a fan of, or the 4-day, depending on what people had this week.
I did have something, but I didn't. I think I want to save it. I was telling you guys about it yesterday. It was something I did over the holiday, but it's actually going to be on the holiday list next year.
All right.
I think I'm going to save it.
All right, hold on to that.
Well, Steve, you brought something up in the commercial break, and I think this Sunday's Take Down the Tree Day?
Yes.
So we put up our tree late, and I talked about this right before the holidays, where I had zero Christmas cheer, and then ended up putting up a tree much, much later than we normally would have. And I ended up having a great Christmas. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's awesome. I knew, yeah.
It just took a long time to get there. And Christmas Miracle broadcast helped. It really put me in the right mood. But as a result, we're going to take our time taking it down. It's going to last at least through next week.
We have the family gathering this weekend, and then it'll stay up. It'll probably stay up for another week after.
Don't you kind of like it at this?
I do love it. I do love the glow of the lights.
Yeah.
I love the lighting. I love my Delco trim lights.
Yeah.
I love it all. And that's why I early, because I do find that so soothing. It just relaxes me.
Are you? You set it up? Are you in Christmas mode by the end of Thanksgiving weekend?
I'm setting it up. Everything is going up Thanksgiving weekend.
Okay.
And then
Were you not here the week after Thanksgiving? Did you not listen to it?
I forgot the timing of it.
Yeah, no, that all that it goes up big time.
My tree is still up as well, but only because I'm redoing my house and I don't have any home decor right now.
Oh,
so
all
I'm
right.
like, if I take it down, it's going to be empty. So I'm just letting it live for a little while.
Just a little bit.
Maybe this weekend or something, I'll take it down.
So Steve did send over an article that was about taking it down and when you want to, when people think it's a good idea to do it. But the end of Christmas season is on the 12th night, also known as the eve of the Epiphany, and the best time to take down your Christmas tree and festive decorations.
Is it called Little Christmas? Is that that's the other word for it? Little Christmas? My friend Helen.
That's me.
No. Because I didn't hear about this or know about this until her. And, she is from Ireland and England, actually. And they call it Little Christmas. And I think that she said it's like bad luck if your decorations and trees
before.
are up after.
Oh,
So, well, then,
there's a little bit on both sides of that.
Then bring on the bad luck.
So January 5th or 6th is considered the 12th night because there's apparently a disagreement over when it actually is. So either today or tomorrow. It says the Epiphany is also known as Three Kings Day, which marks the day that the wise men visited baby Jesus.
Yeah, my friend won't take hers down until after Three Kings Day.
It is believed that keeping Christmas decorations up for too long after the 12th night can bring bad luck.
Oh, okay. All right, so I got to take it down on
From your
Sunday then.
neighbors.
Wait, and so my friend is also, she wants to keep it up until Three Kings Day, but then she wants to take it down in time that the trash will take it on Wednesday. So, so she said it's got to be out by Tuesday
So
night.
there's the difference between having an artificial tree and a real tree.
Yeah, yeah.
Casey, to your point, I just looked this up. A Little Christmas, which is exactly what Preston is talking about, is observed by Scottish, Irish, and also the Amish.
There you go.
Yeah.
Some feel that January 1st is the official end of the holiday season. Some superstitions suggest taking down your tree before the new year, or you risk bringing the previous year's baggage into 2024.
Ooh, wow, and that's ugly stuff.
But the practical look at this is if you have a real Christmas tree, if it's drying out, you want to wrap it up as soon as possible.
It's a fire hazard.
It's a fire hazard. And
Yeah.
apparently, the most Christmas tree fires happen during the month of January.
Oh, wow, because they're all dried out.
Yep. So if the needles are turning brown, if they're dropping, if the branches are sagging or breaking or whatever, you may be dying and it's time to get rid of it.
It's a good idea. Just remind yourself to do it. When you go to bed the night before, just light a candle at the base of the tree.
Right.
And you say, oh, what's that candle for?
Right.
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to take the tree.
No, I cut mine up and I use the branches and I decorate my planters again. I usually do it over the holidays, but I take out all the Christmassy
Martha
stuff.
Stewart here.
I do, and I love it. So I'm actually talking with my friend right now because she's like, I hate throwing the tree out. I hate putting it out of the trash. I'm like, cut it up and decorate the outside of your house.
What about
Kathy,
the goat thing?
It says right here, here's what you can do with your leftover tree. Use branches to make a pretty winter wreath.
See?
Branch wreath.
You can also break into pieces and start your own compost.
Ooh, I like that.
But also, you can bring it to a recycling center. And yes, Steve, the goat thing is a big thing that people do now. You can donate it to a local farm, and they can take care of that. But there is also drop-offs for the goats that we do every year here.
So you guys remember my fall setup at my house? All those pumpkins.
Yeah,
that
that's
were-
great. Yeah.
I mean, there were so many pumpkins. I can't even tell you. I can't even count how many were there. But same thing. I felt bad because a lot of them didn't even rot. They were perfect. But my girlfriend's family lives on a farm, and she was like, "Don't out, bring them to me. I'll take them for the goats. And we piled them all in her car, and she drove them up to where her parents live. And
if you can get a second life out of that stuff, it's cool. You don't want to be all frivolous with your pumpkins and trees.
But this is a good week to do it, apparently, according to some traditions and so on, if you are so inclined.
The only thing I did so far is I took all my Christmas lights down in the front yard. I did that on Sunday. I think I did that on Sunday. I'm really glad that I did that because of the weather this weekend is going to be pretty gnarly.
My whole rig is up. I keep it up.
Yeah, we knocked it down. We like to do it on January 2nd, which is great because I'm happy to have a clean home once again, which is wonderful.
We need to do that around here too because the decorations.
Oh, they linger.
So every time after Pierre does this thing and it's all done. And you're kind of, oh, that's fun. And then a couple of days after, it's like when waking up next to a hooker.
Yeah.
Like last night, it looked a lot better.
It feels dirty now.
I got to get back, take my kid to daycare.
By the way, real quickly, Marissa brought in this information about the Philly Goat Project, the tree cycle. So Christmas tree cycle festivals are going to take place at the farm at Aubrey Arboretum tomorrow. There's a rain date for Sunday and Saturday, January 13th, and rain date is 14th on that. A third bonus Christmas tree cycle will take place on Saturday, January 20th as well. So you can do a search on Philly Goat Project and find out all the information.
That's cool.
Yeah. If you want to get rid of it in a
goats like it
and natural way. All right, we need to take a break because we are excited to share some information with you with the Bizarre File. We have an announcement of an event that is taking place that you can participate in. So we'll come back with that info when we get back. Stay with us.
The kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crowns presents at all times. So it is now that I must inform the mattress beds. Thank you.
So disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Merlina was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow Ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Merlina, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You're putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are is one of those back-and-forth switchback wait line things. You know, you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day. But we got right in. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master, Christopher Scaife, said that he would be taking some time to mourn Merlina. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock, which is known as an unkindness, that's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6.
We want to increase the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched...
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his story.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was it? I was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was. And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to... You should do it! It's so therapeutic! He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
it's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Okay. Klein notes that simply screaming won't face your issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge off.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Jesus.
I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the...
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge came from.
Yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge, and he wasn't...
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then...
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
Yeah. Froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhone quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it on. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not
cool
matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction. Yeah, is what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
you just
bro.
stick a phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
All right, hey guys. I want to let you know I wrote a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, if I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it.
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that he, it's one word and it's
what, the word?
Yeah, do you
misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right. So it's under his eye, high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister, Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
You're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
ruined your career.
Ruined exactly your product. Oh, my God.
Now, he has tattoos.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
He has no tattoos on his face.
He's got some on his neck.
Yeah.
All over his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
Okay.
Got your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
I know we start to celebrate No Sad Bro Friday, Thursday after the show, but it's not officially Friday until we do this. And in fact, we're going to talk to one of the members of Froggy later this morning in Music News, so we'll get to that later. Right now, we have this.
WMMR presents Steve's Bizarre File.
I will start with a Florida man story. A Florida man is seeking $50,000 in damages after he said a toilet at a Dunkin location exploded and covered him in debris, feces, and urine.
Doo-doo feces everywhere?
And doo-doo feces all over the walls. It was a real mess. A lawsuit filed in Orange County Wednesday on behalf of Paul Kerouac alleges that he visited the men's room at a Winter Park Dunkin' outside of Orlando on January 6th of last year. The commode erupted, leaving the plaintiff and the bathroom covered in its contents. Yes.
There was doo-doo feces thrown all over the walls.
After the incident, the plaintiff said he sought help from the employees who told him that they were aware of the issue as prior incidents had occurred.
We're going to have to kill you.
Kerouac is seeking $50,000 in damages from HZO Donuts on account of their alleged negligence. So we will see if he ends up getting that settlement or not. This is horrible. Horrible. A Russian woman died of a genital rupture that she sustained when she fell off of a high-speed jet ski her husband was driving. Yeah,
Genital rupture.
Yeah, Elena Spirakova was enjoying a day on the Samara River with her husband, Oleg, when she fell into the water as he accelerated away, and it was is what they call a hydraulic injury. So it was from the jet blast of water.
All right, let me see if I can do this.
It shot her in the crotch.
1 second.
Yeah.
Oh, my vagina.
It's hard because it's on 2 different screens.
I understand. So the impact of the fall created a, quote, water hammer effect.
Oh, my God.
Which occurs when a fluid in motion stops or is forced to change direction suddenly, causing her to suffer a genital rupture.
At a lower speed, could one douche that way?
Oh, my God. A uterine rupture can cause acute onset abdominal pain and vaginal bleeding, according to the National Institute of Health.
Think about that. Think about the sheer force.
Yeah. Spirakova was rushed to a local hospital in the aftermath, but eventually succumbed to her injuries. He is facing a criminal charge for causing death by negligence, so a case on him has begun. Sounds like a terrible accident.
Yes, it sounds like an accident.
Snakes are increasingly being spotted inside toilets across Australia's eastern states. Close to a dozen photos uploaded to social media over the last fortnight shows snakes inside toilet bowls, but also drains and swimming pools from Brisbane to Pilbara. Wildlife rescuer Tennille Banks believes the wild weather during Christmas and New Year is likely one of the reasons behind the phenomenon.
Toilets. Why did it have to be toilets?
She said the issue is the heat. They're going wherever that they can for the water. The search for food is another factor, luring snakes into outdoor dunnies, particularly in Queensland, where frogs tend to find their way into the bowl.
So there's frogs and snakes in your toilet bowls.
She said the diet of the spotted black snake and red-bellied are leaving the toilet open. You'll find the frogs in the toilet, and the snakes will go in after them. So a handy tip is to put your lid down. While social media use is no doubt increasing the number of snakes photographed inside toilets, Tennille has also seen an increase in the number of requests for help that she receives. And it's not just this year she's seeing the trend. While she used to get a call to retrieve a toilet snake every couple of years, she now gets one every 5 or 6 months.
How often for crocodiles?
They didn't indicate in that particular story, so I'm not really sure. You never hear of this happening much, but 2 subway trains collided at the 69th Street subway station in Manhattan yesterday.
Wow.
Leading to train derailments and a massive traffic delay.
So it was a head-on?
Yeah, they bumped into each other somehow or another. I'm not sure if it was head-to-head or not, Steve, but at least 24 people suffered minor injuries. Nobody was seriously hurt. 2 trains derailed at about 3 o'clock yesterday. One had passengers on board. The other was out of service with 4 crew members. The passenger train carrying hundreds of people was evacuated. An investigation into the derailment is ongoing. The trains literally at a slow speed, thankfully, bumped into each other on the north end of the station. The equipment was working as intended. They'll be looking into potential human errors. It's still unclear when normal service will return. But you don't hear that happening.
No, not at all. It sounds more like maybe bump from behind, as you suggested.
Yeah, I don't know. In Pennsylvania, a Slippery Rock family says that their pot-bellied pig set their home on fire after they provided him with some hay to stay warm. This is according to
burning this bitch down.
Margaret Painter said, I had extra hay for him because I knew it was going to snow. He had a little heat light there in the front, and he must have knocked his hay into the heat lamp and caught the house on fire. Painter said that it was a few hours before the new year when she saw the orange glow outside her windows and called to her husband. She said, I opened the door and it flashed into the house. I tried to put it out and then the windows started exploding. The Painters and their children escaped. They said that they lost 2 cats, but 3 survived. Albert, the pot-bellied pig, suffered burns, but survived as well and is now at a rescue ranch in Beaver County, and they're going to be transferring him, the pig, to Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center to be treated for smoke inhalation and burns. So they love their pig.
Yeah, a lot of people have pigs as pets, rave on them.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. This is also out of Pennsylvania. This is a short one. A Christmas cookie was the cause of a minor crash in Westmoreland County. Police said as the driver was entering Route 30 in Hempfield Township, her vehicle drifted into the right lane, struck a guide rail, and the driver told police this happened because she was, quote, busy eating a Christmas cookie. No one was hurt in the crash, but one of the car's tires went flat because of the impact. And that is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, so we have an announcement to make.
Yes.
Been teasing this throughout the morning, and I know we're talking about the first snow for this weekend. So this actually comes at an apropos time when we can send our minds somewhere else for the time being. And this is a chance for you to essentially win a trip. So we're excited to announce this. It is the Preston and Steve Spring Training Trip Giveaway. Yes, spring training, friends, in lovely Clearwater, Florida. We're going to be doing an event that is called the Clearwater Word of the Day.
Love it.
And we're hitting that Wooder hard. And it is in conjunction with our friends at phillysportstrips.com. We are giving away a trip for two to spring training.
And honestly, what a blast we had last time.
Agreed. It includes airfare, 3 nights hotel accommodation at the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, with direct beach access, by the way.
Nice.
Tailgate parties and a post-show early happy hour with us at Coco's on Friday, March 15th. So this is all you have to do. You need to listen starting on Monday. This is when we're going to begin this, January 8th. Listen each weekday morning at 8 a.m. We are going to give you our Clearwater Word of the Day. And then you go to the contest page, WMIR.com, and you enter it for a chance to win.
Yeah, I love this.
Simple. So listen every day because each day's word is another chance to win the trip. So each time you enter, you'll have another opportunity to be entered into the prize.
So when you walk out and you're freezing today, think about that. Think about getting out into Clearwater. And it was just gorgeous last time around.
It is open to listeners 21 years of age or older, and the contest will end on Friday, January 19th. If you'd like to get all of the rules and complete details, you can go to WMMR.com, and we're stoked to be partnering up with phillysportstrips.com.
Yes, they're great.
They're fantastic. Their slogan is travel with the pros. So this starts on Monday. So again, it's trip for two to spring training. You have to be at least 21 years of age, 3-night hotel accommodation, airfare. You'll be at the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, has direct beach access, tailgate parties, post-show early happy hour with us, Coco's on Friday, March 15th. So we are actually, this year, we're going to be doing 2 live broadcasts for the event.
Yes.
We're going to be at the ballpark on Thursday, March 14th. And that's where we'll get a chance to hang out with the players, interview some of the gang. There's a game that day.
Yes.
And then the next day, we do a live broadcast that Friday morning from Coco's. And after the broadcast is over, we're having just a little hang. So anybody who happens to be in the Clearwater area on Friday, March 15th, come by Coco's. We're not going to start at like 5. It's not going to be Keenan's.
No,
it's not like
it's
a
not
5 a.m.
Keenan.
live broadcast.
Chill.
It's after the broadcast. We're going to have a little get together.
I can't say enough great things about spring training. I love it so much. I've been going for a long time. I'm really psyched that the show has been doing it for a few years now. And then I've been to this bar, Preston, Coco's. It's Clearwater Beach. Is just fantastic, and it's separate from Clearwater. The Phil's play in Clearwater,
Right.
and you got to go back kind of over the bay to get to the Gulf side, and that's where Clearwater Beach is. And this bar is a blast. We're gonna have so much fun that day.
Looking forward to it.
And I'm going to see an alligator. God damn it.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
You got to have goals, man.
Casey's going to go on an alligator hunt for sure. So we'll start this on Monday. Get yourself set for that. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. I think we might get to Connoisseur.
I think we need to, right?
We got to do some giveaways. We got to try our new Mini Melts flavor. So we'll come back in a second, and we have a guest later on. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You gonna get one?
I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're, I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
They were smoking cigarettes,
and they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
Listen, he and his buddy, they both lay concrete. They're both just big.
They
are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
I said lay.
They both
They're
like
fans of concrete,
I thought he
and
did.
various gravel.
What did he say?
Lay concrete.
I thought you said like.
I did
thought
too.
they both
I was
like
wondering-
concrete.
I'm a huge fan of cement.
Big fans of concrete.
They're big fans
Just
of
love it. No, no.
metamorphic and sedimentary and So
what does that have to do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face tattoos or whatever? They're not your lawyer, They're not a judge on the bench or where, somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
If someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean, so clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea, okay?
Yeah.
So in human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And
Okay.
I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? You going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we
Yes.
talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
and take your
called-
friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's a
concrete,
great
Kathy.
line from Uncle Buck where he goes, why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face? A woman's got a big mole on her face.
Mole.
Mole. So here we are, Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can
We
for
can.
the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
Yeah.
And
You had a great one?
yeah, I had a wonderful.
I had a
one.
great one?
Yeah. And now, some people don't have great first
No.
kisses. In fact, some of them can be disastrous.
I would say whoever kissed Harvey Weinstein.
Probably
dear
a
God.
disastrous
A disaster.
first kiss. Yeah.
And I said mine. I was really, really nervous. And then after I did it, I was like, what the hell was I so nervous about? That was not a big deal.
Yeah. It does happen, but and maybe that's part of the reason why some people wait so long to have their first kiss: the nervousness or the fear that it's going to go bad, or I don't know. So we started talking about it, and we got responses from people, from adults who have never kissed anyone in their lives. And we said, you know what, we could maybe have a couple people come in, and we can get that first kiss out of the way. Casey, give me some light love music here as we
Five Finger Death Punch.
that'd be nice, wouldn't it, though? No, there you go. That's perfect. We're going to meet our contestants, find out what they're all about, or who they are and what they're all about. Let's start with a phone call that we received when we initially talked about this on the air. This is Sophie who is here this morning. Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm good.
So you gave us a call, and we had, we were just asking who hadn't ever kissed anybody who happens to be an adult. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 21.
You're 21 years old. All right. And so I assume you've never had a boyfriend then if you've never kissed anybody?
No.
Really? And why do you think that is? Why? Because, you're cute. And
You are.
Yeah.
You're adorable. Yeah.
I probably just kind of thought like, oh, I'll get around to it later. And then in high school, I was like, oh, I'm going to get around to it later. In college, get around to it later. And
Are you a serious student by any chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very time consuming, and
Yes,
sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and I couldn't help but sort of feel like this is by your choice. Because I feel like at any point, at any time, like you could
You're
probably.
pretty. She's pretty. That's why I say it's not like we have some hideous people in the
Yeah.
studio. She's very pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly just busy with school. I don't really have time to do anything.
All right, so this is a little bit offbeat, but the Tower of London, we visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those
raise
crow seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It is a matter of great distress for us as Marlena has gone missing. As you know, the legend, the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows present at all times. So it is now that I must inform the matters. Thank you.
Disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You're putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are, is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive. So I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master Christopher Scaife said that he would be taking some time to mourn Marlena. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock, which is known as an unkindness, that's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6.
We want to increase the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched...
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his story.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was it? I was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was. And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
33 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. I want to mention this tomorrow. Casey's got an appearance. He's going to be at the Men's Warehouse grand opening.
Yeah.
In Bala Kenwood tomorrow, and this will be from noon to 2. It's at 71 East City Avenue. And you can stop by. He's going to be giving away gift cards for Men's Warehouse and so on. Are you going to get a suit while you're there? Or?
Yeah, well, so it was very, very apparent across the hall. They were like, who When I think Men's Warehouse and suits and who represents that, yeah. And they were like, Casey, no doubt.
I've gotten a number of suits from Men's Warehouse.
Well, I kind of need a new suit because
you're in better shape now.
I've slimmed down just a little bit, but I don't know if I'm there just yet. But I am going to browse.
Yes.
You are going to browse.
No doubt.
Maybe they thought you needed one. Let's get him in here.
This because I had
the suit you put on.
Oh my God!
I
look like David Byrne in Talking Heads.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't want to say it bothers me, but that's the thing. You know right away when you look at somebody and their clothes don't fit. It's like they either lost weight or they gained weight. You have to continue to wear clothes that fit your body.
I wonder what Ozempic is going to do to the industry, right? But the tailors have never been more in demand.
Totally. When my current suit that I have like 2 suits, all right? But the one that I have, I got when I had slimmed it down to my absolute, what I felt was my ideal. All right, this is the way I want to be.
I'm going to be forever.
And so now I'm like, when I start like going up in size a little bit, I'm like, oh, dude, there's that suit.
Yeah,
I gotta reel it back in. I'm not gonna, if something comes along, I gotta wear a suit. What am I gonna do?
Yeah,
so
I'm so happy to be at your wedding.
I'm a sausage inside a casing.
Oh, congratulations.
Kath, you had a guy named, was it David Fong?
Rob.
Rob, okay, yeah.
Rob Fong?
Well, he made me a suit years and years ago.
This guy's a real.
And I actually fit into it again now. And I put it, I put it on for the wedding that I went to in July. And it had like moth holes in it.
I was going to say moths.
Dude, it had moth holes in it. And I was like, okay, let me just pretend like I didn't see the holes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I couldn't.
It was too blatant.
It was too blatant.
Well, because your ass cheeks, right?
Well, yeah, dude, get get measured up and get yourself a new suit.
Yeah.
So this will be tomorrow. Casey will be at the new Men's Warehouse grand opening. And you know what? I do like going to places like Men's Warehouse because a lot of times the people that work there, they pamper you. They do. They help you out, and I like that. I like that treatment. It's nice if you get a chance.
And they do. They want to see you be a return customer, and so they'll set you up and they can coordinate things. I've always had a good experience with those guys.
Noon to 2 tomorrow. And also, somebody wanted me to reiterate. We just made the announcement. We got a text, but somebody said, hey, can you reiterate the information about the spring training trip giveaway? We just made this. It is the Preston and Steve Show along with PhillySportsTrips.com giving away a trip for 2 to spring training. Yes, we're headed back to Clearwater. We're going to actually be doing 2 live shows there. One is going to be at the ballpark that we normally do before a game on Thursday, the 14th. And then on Friday, March 15th, we're going to be doing our show at a bar called Coco's. And when we're done with our show, we're going to kind of do like a lunch happy hour thing. And if you're in Clearwater, come by and hang out with us.
God, it's so the Clearwater becomes Philadelphia South. I swear to God, it's amazing.
Friday, March 15th. So we're going to start this on Monday, and you can go to WMMR.com and get all the details. But we're going to do at around 8 o'clock, we're going to do a Clearwater word of the day. And then you go enter it at the website and you'll automatically be in the running for the prize. We're going to do that every day, and each time you enter is another chance that you can win. So that starts on Monday, and it's from PhillySportsTrips.com, Travel with the Pros. So we're excited about that. All right, so it's time for the Connoisseur, ladies and gentlemen.
Your bell.
Yep. All right, thank you, Case. All right,
it's time for the weekend version of the Connoisseur.
And we have a sponsor, which, of course, are the wonderful people at Mini Melts Ice Cream. And in conjunction with that sponsorship, we try a flavor that we have never tried before of this amazing ice cream because they gave us our own Mini Melts freezer that we keep in the Acme green room. And so you have to get it in this special freezer because they keep it colder than normal ice cream. So when you go to Wawa, that's where you'll find it in its own freezer. And so we have a new
yes. Hang on. Ooh.
Casey started shaking it. So,
yes.
We have a new flavor that we're going to try, which is Cape
and 10.
Thank you.
Oh, we're going to do a little.
And 10 and young and lovely, the girl from Evening is
It's not only is it a dessert, it's an instrument too.
It's harder to shake when you've already eaten some of it.
Yeah, I know.
When you open it and start eating.
So we're trying Cake Pop.
All right.
You guys dive in. Go right ahead. I want to hear your opinions. And Steve has already munched on it.
Oh,
I love it.
Well, hang on.
I love it. Yeah, I do.
What are these giant white balls that are in there?
I don't know,
I'm gonna
but
try
they're
that
good.
first.
I love those white balls.
Marshmallows?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's cake.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
Definitely.
Makes sense. By the way,
a tangible cake taste.
while you guys are taking that in, I cheated yesterday because we made a commercial for Mini Melts, a little web commercial that's going to run, and I grabbed the fudge brownie. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you about it later, but I had some ahead of time.
Did you try these ones?
I did not try these ones. You tell me about these ones.
Man, these are
You
good.
didn't try this ones?
Please do let me tell you about these ones.
It's kind of cotton candy-ish.
Okay.
With a cake flavor. Definitely like a vanilla. Casey, I think the white balls are vanilla flavored.
I think I'm getting a strawberry shortcake type.
Yeah,
of
yeah. My call. Yeah.
By the way, so it's cake and ice cream, two party staples combined together, and this perfect blend of birthday cake flavored ice cream is filled with sprinkles and bite-sized pieces of cake pop.
Hey!
So that's what's in there. Perfect addition to every party. By the way, just a heads up that Mini Melts ice cream is free of soy, egg, peanut, tree nut, and sesame, and you can get to your local Wawa. Taste for yourself. See what we've been raving about for a while. Look for the signature Mini Melts ice cream standalone freezer near the front of Wawa. Makes it easy to grab one on the go. It's a single serve. Comes with its own spoon inside of it. Thank you very much.
Every week when we do this, Preston, I find that I have to put the bowl down and push it away from myself.
You
because
do.
During this rest of this break, I just want to eat it the whole damn time.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to wait until after.
It's so good.
All right. We'll get a story or two via the Connoisseur this morning. And we'll start with this as we are eating ice cream. 63% of Americans plan to make healthy food swaps this year.
Yeah.
This is according to a Godshall survey of 2,000 Americans. Like Godshall's turkey bacon, I think. Yeah, in fact, it talks about turkey bacon here. 85% of those making food swaps plan to use turkey bacon instead of pork. It has less total fat and half saturated fat compared to pork or bacon. I did the and I do it every year. I do the standard first of the year, clean it up, get it together.
Right.
And I started, had a couple of really healthier meals to begin the year with, and I've started meal planning. That's the thing too. Is if I write down what I'm going to do, and it doesn't have to be, on this day it's going to be this, and this day it's going to be that. It's just if I have a basic idea of what I can do.
Tuesday is icing and jerky.
I will absolutely, positively head a more healthier eating path. So I've started doing that.
Oh, you can look, and I tell this to people who are, a lot of times people will be presented with, because of medical reasons, dietary restrictions. So don't think you have to, eat cardboard and, nothing that you can enjoy will be available to you in a menu. There are things out there that can fit your taste. Yeah. Just spend a little time to look for it, and you'll come across something that your healthy food to eat. Yeah. I never really looked into the Mediterranean diet, and then after really starting to sample it and try it, and salmon and all that stuff, I'm like, holy God, I love this stuff. So that's my main thing. But that would have been an alien concept to me years ago.
Also, I mean, know thyself, right? And and try and do something that you believe or know in your heart that is sustainable. If you weren't the guy who was eating salad for lunch every single day, then don't try to be that guy that's eating salad for
you see people
lunch.
The first week in January, you see them, Casey, like in the cafeteria, sitting there with the salad with no dressing on it. It's like, that ain't gonna last.
Yeah, they're just like gnawing at it.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve, you mentioned the Mediterranean diet. That was ranked again for the 7th year in a row as the most healthy diet.
I love it.
Of the, like ketos and some of these other diet-specific meal plans that you can go through. And so I was doing a little more digging into Mediterranean diet, and I'm going to add into my diet this year legumes more often. So lentils and peas and things like that, and beans in general. So get ready.
I love lentil soup.
Really?
Yeah.
So I pulled up a bunch of lentil recipes last night. I'm going to tinker around with them and see what I can find and try to eat those more often. But Kathy, we were talking about the Ozempic and the weight loss drugs like that, and that they are essentially accentuating. They are using something that your body creates naturally, and I forgot what it's called.
No, it starts with a B.
But there are things that you can eat to promote that. So I did a little more research on it. It's high fiber foods, and it's things like legumes like lentils are a big source of that, and it will help you feel full more often, and you will be less hungry.
Right. That's what the Ozempic is doing. It's producing this, and I'll look up the name of it, but it's producing what your body normally produces to make you feel hungry. And if you eat those high fiber and I guess some of those other foods, that's going to.
Does it begin with a B, you said?
I'm pretty sure.
Is it ball sack?
It's not.
No, it's not ball sack.
Yeah, it produces ball sacks.
I have it on a good authority that.
There's also ball sacks are yummy.
They are. What are they healthy? That's the
They're
question.
yummy and healthy, and that's the bitch.
Ball sacks are yummy.
A lot of people don't realize that. They think because they taste good that they're not going to be good for you.
No, they're wrong.
But there's also an abbreviation for it, Kathy. It's like PLG1 or something like that.
GLP-1.
Yeah, is that it? GLP-1?
I don't know. I see that right here when you said that.
It's a GLG-20.
Glucagon?
Spies like us? Yes.
What is it?
GLG-20. That's the rank of spy that they were.
Oh, all right.
The GLG-20s.
I thought it might have been the floor where the guy where Aykroyd worked.
No. All right, so no. American
news you can use.
That was from Fletch. So Americans are also thinking of the environment along with their health. 57% of Americans want to make more ethical food choices in 2024.
I want to eat more of the environment.
But other swaps include drinking water instead of sugary drinks and making homemade dressing instead of buying it in stores.
No.
Oh, homemade dressing is easy to make.
And
too.
it's for me, it's better.
I have trouble making water.
I feel like some of those dressings, they're so flavorful that it's not as good for me.
I'm telling you, man, the like a really healthy and tasty dressing is fresh salsa. And if you get the right fresh salsa, like there's this salsa that they sell at Costco that is fantastic. And I wish I remember the name of the,
what about frosting?
The brand. No, I wouldn't put frosting. Not if you're looking to be health conscious.
No, dressings are so easy because literally you just take any type of vinegar you want, oil, salt, and pepper. That's it. And if you throw in a little oregano or something, that's great too. Or even lemon juice is good. Lemon, oil, salt, and pepper is a nice, fresh, easy to make dressing.
Hey, Kathy, is the B word that you were thinking of berberine?
I don't know. Maybe.
No, some people are texting and suggesting that berberine supplements are what you can, what make you feel full.
No, she said it was ball sack.
No, you said it was ball sack.
Oh, did I say that?
That was you.
All right. So anyhow, healthier choices, and about 63% of people plan to do that this year.
Let me talk one more thing, Connoisseur, pertaining to that. So you know that I overbuy the sun-kissed buffalo-style tuna packets.
Yes.
You know, I love those things, but a lot of those things have, if you want to add a protein to a salad, you can add those things. They have like a Taiwan or
it has flavor to it.
Different flavor. You can add that, and that essentially becomes your dressing as well.
Yeah, you don't
and
need
it's
that.
excellent.
Yeah. All right, so let's play a clip from a movie that has to do with food, and we have a prize associated with that if you can identify it. So we got movie number 1 set up. I only have 4 movie clips to play. We only have 4 things to give away. But let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from.
From now on, I want you to put an equal amount of blueberries in each muffin. An equal amount of blueberries in each muffin.
You know how long that's going to take?
I don't care how long it takes. Put an equal amount in each muffin.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. If you know what movie that's from, please call us now. Order up. All right, so this is from a Reddit poster, and she claims that she was dumped by her boyfriend for telling him that she liked to put corn in her spaghetti.
She probably wasn't dumped, but it
that's a dumpable offense.
You think that's dumpable?
According to this
corn
guy,
spaghetti?
Yeah.
Why?
She said he circled back around like 5 minutes later and said that it really bothered him.
This was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Probably.
No, I think it was solely this.
She wrote,
giving him gonorrhea didn't help.
She wrote, he then goes on to say, if he worked tirelessly on a meal to cook for me, he would be extremely offended if I soiled my my gourmet meal with corn in it.
I disagree. I like corn is a nice addition.
Yeah.
Do you think corn would be a nice addition for pasta?
Sure. Casey, do you like corn salsa? You mentioned salsa earlier.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but I just don't know.
Does that have pasta in it?
Yeah, but you could add pasta at anything.
Yeah, but I don't know, why even... listen, I'm not opposed to it, but why even add it? Like, what does it do?
Yeah,
does it add a texture? Is that okay?
So if you've ever had...
Gives you something to look at in your poop.
If you've ever had, like, some pasta salads...
Yes.
Sometimes there is broccoli in there, and corn would be fine. I'm sure there's some people that have recipes that have corn in there. I think it would be all right. But if you're thinking like spaghetti and marinara, that's what I think of automatically, maybe. And here's what I think happened. I think that at some point she had a meal, and you know how you put various sides and dishes on the same plate. And generally, I think, by the way, I think spaghetti and most pastas gets its own plate.
You know.
And not that I'm opposed to things mixing together, but it's kind of a messy thing, you know, it takes up it slides around and all that.
Are you a pasta plate guy or a pasta bowl guy?
Depends.
Yeah.
I prefer a shallow bowl if possible.
All right, I got
A
you.
more shallow, wider bowl.
Yeah,
but I'll eat it on a plate. A Shiloh. I'm sorry.
I think it happened I think this was his internal discussion, Preston. That was the worst hand job I've ever had. Let me complain about the corn.
Yeah. But I think at some point in her life, she had corn and spaghetti on the same plate at the same time, and some of it got over into the spaghetti, and she's like, oh, this doesn't taste too bad.
There's only one thing I will accept in my spaghetti, and that is the raisins in my meatballs.
Yeah. Ah, okay. One commenter said the problem was not you, nor are food preferences weird. Food is all about catering to the personal taste buds of the person eating it.
So do you find that corn gets crapped on, no pun intended, it's a starch, yes?
It is a grain.
Okay.
Actually, I was because I was researching legumes and whole grains and things like that. It's actually considered a grain.
Okay, so in its popped corn state, so it obviously doesn't morph into. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know because I'm
going to write a book on it.
For a while, Steve, I'd kind of avoided corn because I thought it was a like a carbohydrate, like it's high in carbs.
Yeah, that was my perception.
And it may have that, but apparently it's something that helps produce the whatever this Ozempic stuff is, which we never found out. It helps increase the ball sack in your blood system. And I'm a fanatic. I love a good corn on the cob and corn in a bunch of different ways.
Ask your doctor about ball sack.
Ask your doctor today about ball sacks. So anyhow, she broke up, or he broke up with her over the fact that she preferred corn in her spaghetti.
Whore.
Yeah. Oh, and he broke up via text, by the way.
Oh, this guy was just trouble to begin with.
All right. Let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
From now on, I want you to put an equal amount of blueberries in each muffin. An equal amount of blueberries in each muffin.
You know how long that's going to take?
I don't care how long it takes. Put an equal amount in each muffin.
All right, we're going to go to Patrick. Hey, Patrick. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. All right, what movie is it from?
Casino.
That is correct. Yep. Hang on a second. We got a prize for you, bud.
All right, Patrick, we have a case of Juicy Monkey. Victory Brewing's new hazy Imperial IPA is packing a punch of tropical juice flavor at 9.5% ABV. It'll put you on monkey time in no time.
All right, we got another one to play. Let's see if you can identify what movie clip this movie is from. No. How do I say it? What food clip?
No, what movie is this food clip from?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good God, I'll never be able to get it right.
You better check your ball sack level.
I know. It's fairly low, right?
Steve,
Anybody got any ball sacks?
Steve, somebody texted and said they should call it Balzempic.
Balzempic.
Oh.
Yeah. Ask your doctor.
Balzempic.
Your balls.
Your balls.
Never felt so good.
All right, what movie is this from?
The Booze Hounds return. What a joke. Hi, girls.
Feeling kind of queasy. How about a nice, greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray?
All right. I'm seeing his face from that scene. 215-263-WMMR.
And by the way, I have this on a hotkey, so if you need this.
What movie is this food clip from? Thank you.
There you go. All right, so we have that.
If we need it. All right. We'll go to another story here. Let me see. There was one I really liked. Oh, yeah. How about this? Some of America's favorite dishes don't take a pretty picture, and I have a list of the least Instagrammable food chains.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. So from this particular article, they claim that the least Instagrammable food chain is Subway.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it doesn't look anything like what you think you're getting.
With only 80,500 tagged posts. So that's where they're...
Are you talking about the actual...
That's where they're gauging this off.
It's the interior, right?
It's the interiors, right? Is it the interior or the food?
The same.
Oh.
It's the same Subway every place you go, and it's kind of boring and it's small.
I was thinking the food, too.
Okay, but it's also wild because didn't they say Subway is the most, most Subways...
On the planet.
On the planet,
Yeah,
right?
most, for fast food chain.
No, the food has to include, the pictures have to include the food.
Okay.
So it says here that some of the tagged images do not include their food. So they're going for not just the interior of it,
Right, the
actual
whole
food.
ambiance with the food and everything.
Well, yeah, and you're taking a picture of it. Sometimes people take pictures of their food and
Right.
actually post that. So this is one of those. Arby's is second, 58,000 tagged posts, followed by Wingstop.
By the way, if you're tagging photos of your food at Wingstop, it's time to talk to a therapist.
Listen, I want to back something up about Arby's. Rochelle and I were out and we wanted to get a bite to eat, and we were deciding whether we wanted to stop somewhere and go in or just grab an Arby's nearby. And we don't go to Arby's that often. I'm like, all right, yeah, I love that. Let's go. And I was going to get just a regular roast beef sandwich, which is kind of my standard.
I love the roast beef.
Go-to.
Mm-hmm.
But, they have the Market Fresh sandwiches and those other things on the menu. I went way off the board.
What did you do?
I tried the Arby's Gyro.
Okay. Was it lamb?
I believe so.
That's what gyro is, yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know what? It was really good. For a drive-through gyro, I was expecting a lot less, and I was quite delighted with it.
I'm not surprised. Their deli sandwiches
They're good.
are excellent.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I probably growing up went to Arby's the most because it was like 4 blocks from my house. I could literally see the giant cowboy hat sign from my bedroom window. And and I love it.
The funny thing is, Roy Rogers, I would go to for the burgers.
Okay, yeah.
I was not. I thought Arby's roast beef was better.
I did not like, and it's probably because I love Arby's so much. I did not like
Turncoat
Roy Rogers at all.
So, of the chains that were most popular for Instagram, McDonald's topped the list. But some of their tagged images did not include their food.
Just sitting here eating a quarter pounder, bitches.
Some users tagged the chain when they created their at-home replicas of iconic burgers as well.
Guess who can afford large fries, mother effers?
I bought, by the way, like the Acme, my Acme has Arby's sauce that you can buy in the bottle.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, and I love Arby's sauce, but I have found that Arby's sauce is really just kind of best on an Arby's roast beef sandwich.
It doesn't work on other things?
I tried it on a bunch of other things. It's not bad. It's just not the same.
Have you spanked it to using that?
You know what? I'll get back to you on Monday.
Okay. Do you know that they also, if you ask for barbecue sauce, they give you something different.
At Arby's?
At Arby's. You have to ask for Arby's sauce and you get the regular packet. And then barbecue sauce is actually smokier and a little thicker and more red.
Okay.
Than that kind of, what color would you call that? That's
Arby's sauce?
Yeah.
Arby's sauce is a red, a burgundy, if
like
you will.
An orangish red or something. But anyhow, the barbecue sauce is a little bit different.
And I'm sure the barbecue sauce is thicker.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm a horsey sauce fan, personally.
Horsey sauce. Don't they sell horsey sauce?
They sell that at Acme, too?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's kind of a watered down version of horseradish. Yeah. It's like a mayo and horseradish mix, but it's yummy. What are we looking at, Nick?
This is from Arby's Twitter account. Apparently, you can get Casey referenced the cowboy hat, the Arby's cowboy hat. You can get that if you're going to propose to somebody and put the diamond ring on the inside. It's a jewelry box.
Really?
It's a legit Arby's hat jewelry box. Yeah.
That's pretty cute.
Hey, that's cool.
So KFC, Pizza Hut, and Chipotle were also popular on social media. However, the Chipotle tag suffered from Instagram inflation as some people were referencing the pepper, not the chain.
Oh, those bastards.
Yeah, so, all right, we're going to see if someone can identify this clip. What movie is this food clip from? I said it right. Here we go.
The Booze Hounds return. What a joke. Hi, girls.
Feeling kind of queasy? How about a nice, greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray?
All right, we're going to go to Jim. Hi, Jim. Morning, bud.
Hey, morning, guys.
All right, Jim, what movie, please?
Weird Science.
Yes, of course. Yep. All right, and that means we got the goods for you. Here's what you
Jim,
get.
you have Gran Turismo 7, a PS5 game code, and you can get that if you go to PlayStationStore.com. Yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Awesome.
All right, let's hang on the line, buddy. We're going to get another movie clip.
By the way, I know this movie that we're about to play back and forth. I don't know what this clip is. I wouldn't.
I think you will.
Okay.
I remember this.
You
All
do?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
C'est magnifique. Voici Pierre.
Bonsoir.
Ditto. Here, brought you guys French fries.
I feel stupid.
215-263 WMMR. If you know what movie that is from, call now. All right. Let's see. This past year saw 159 people exposed to poisonous wild mushrooms in New Jersey alone, according to the latest data from New Jersey Poison Control Center.
I got my fiance a book for Christmas that was How to Pick Wild Mushrooms and Not Die. It was literally the title of the book.
I would never buy that book for myself or anybody.
Well,
Dude.
Casey, she told me to take it back. She's like,
Yeah.
I'm going to do it wrong.
Yeah.
and I'm gonna die.
Listen, Carter, a couple of years ago, became fascinated with mushrooms, and he got one of those guys that I'm like, please don't go pick these things and try to eat them.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
No.
Well,
it's not worth it.
That woman who took out they found her guilty of murder, or
In
at least she's
Australia?
going on trial for it. Yeah, she used mushrooms.
I mean, I feel like if you were to ingest a mushroom that is poisonous,
you wouldn't like it.
Well, no. Is there any way of coming back from that?
Yes, you can survive. I mean,
Like a poisonous one that'll kill you. Poisonous.
Some of them are very, very
Yeah.
poisonous, Case. It may be too late before they identify what happened. You know,
A lot of people-
that's part of the problem.
We'll skip the mushrooms and then eat a toilet snake instead.
Oh.
yeah.
So it's up 22% from last year. Every year, the State Poison Control Center gets 100 or more calls concerning potential poisonings from foraged foods, including mushrooms. And this year, the case of exposure to poisonous mushrooms involved individuals ranging in age from 1-year-old to 79 years old. Not all the cases resulted in illness, though. Of the 159 exposed to poisonous wild mushrooms this year, 48 went to the hospital, 21 had to be admitted for care. These individuals were treated, evaluated, and released. No confirmed deaths from poisonous mushrooms in New Jersey.
So they just got ill.
Yeah.
Okay. So those things where you're kind of dancing with the devil, where they could be lethal if you don't get the right one. It's like, was it the fugu? Is that the blowfish? That has to be prepared exactly the right way.
It has to be cut the right way.
Cut the right way,
Yeah,
or
if you
it's
serve
lethal.
like part of its internal organs or whatever, it'll kill you.
Yeah.
So there's no particular rhyme or reason for an increase in the exposure to poisonous mushrooms on any given year. But somebody, a spokesperson for the Poison Control said it could be someone read something on the internet. It could be people foraging in an unfamiliar place, and a part of it is weather-related as well. Foraging, the practice of seeking food in the wild, has been experiencing a renaissance in popular culture. There are popular restaurants dedicated to forage ingredients, suppliers making a living foraging, Facebook groups for those who forage, and even popular TikTokers bringing the lesson of foraging to the masses.
I have no desire to forage.
I don't either.
Forage has no interest. I'm not excited by the concept of going out and collecting my food from the woods.
Yeah, it doesn't. It does nothing for me as well. I would, however, like to know what's edible and not.
Roadkill?
No, I mean
probably.
it'd be interesting to have that knowledge.
Like a
I'm
Bear
not gonna-
Grylls.
I'm not going to do it,
Right?
yeah.
You see in the movie a lot of times, the dude will like cut a vine, and in fact, in a Predator,
Yeah,
Yeah.
And he
Billy
drinks out of
does it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like to do. I'd probably pick the one poisonous plant.
Because they take Billy, who's Native American,
Right.
and he's
He cuts the vine.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's
Yep.
Gets his water
Preston,
or whatever.
Did you read The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon by Stephen King?
I did, yeah.
And so she gets lost in the woods, Steve. And it's a great novella. It's pretty short, and you'd like it, Steve, because she gets lost in the woods, and and then this monster shows up.
Oh, I like that. I like monsters.
She has to forage in order to survive, and she starts eating fiddle figs because they are edible, and she knew that, and she knew where to look for them or whatever. And the only thing that I've ever retained about stuff to you can actually forage and eat in the woods. Fiddle figs.
Fiddle figs.
Yeah.
All right. But watch out for the mushrooms. Be
Yes.
careful. All right, let's see if you know what movie this food clip is from.
C'est magnifique. Voici Pierre.
Bonsoir.
Ditto. Here, brought you guys French fries.
All right, we'll go to Dave. Hi, Dave.
Happy Friday.
Same to you, Bubba. All right, what's the movie?
Pee Wee Herman.
Pee-wee,
That's the
Big
actor.
Adventure.
yeah, there you go. All right. Hang on, bud. We got a prize for you.
You have MLB The Show 23, the PS5 game code, and you can get that at PlayStationStore.com.
All right, we have time for one more movie clip, and we'll see if you know what this is from. If you do, give us a call. Here it is.
You're totally jello. You're lime green jello, and you can't even admit it to yourself.
All right, 215. That's a quick one.
Very quick.
215-263 WMMR. All right. Next story. Hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut is preparing for a carb-heavy contest. I didn't even know they did this, but the Siegel's Bagel Mania World Bagel Eating Championship is coming up.
Man.
Yeah, that'd be
Socking away bagels?
Yeah, that's heavy.
Yeah.
So it's going to be on the 13th, 2 days before National Bagel Day. Competitors will be asked to consume as many New York-style bagels with a smear of cream cheese as they can eat in just 8 minutes.
I mean, so what is the standing record right now for bagels?
17 3/4 bagels.
In how long?
A guy named Jeff Esper did that in 8 minutes.
There's no God. They're so heavy.
Yes.
Just bread.
Yeah.
Now, I love bagels.
Yeah, I mean, are they toasted or are they plain? You said that cream cheese is on it.
It doesn't say, and I would imagine, I'm guessing that they would have to do this. So, you know, the when they do the hot dog, and I don't know if Joey Chestnut was the guy that created the technique of dunking the bun in the water, and then eating it.
Did that.
Kobayashi did. I think they kind of all do it now, but I would think you'd have to do that with this. I mean, because you could choke on that.
Yeah, but also, the bread hiccups, the pretzel hiccups.
Casey, I was just thinking of you the other day because, oh my gosh, what did I know? And I remember you saying, Preston, that it didn't happen to you. And you know how sometimes it's almost a little painful?
Yeah.
And I was wondering, if you didn't take a drink of water, what would happen? Does that pain continue?
What are you talking about?
Get the hiccups?
Specifically.
Explain what the bread hiccups are.
I don't know why it happens, but it happens for me. I guess it happens for you too, Kath.
We talked about it on the air, and I think Dr. Mike may have called in about it.
You're saying when you eat pretzels or bread, you get the hiccups?
Yes,
like plain,
plain dry food, but it's almost it's like slightly painful. It's not hiccups, right? It's like one big painful hiccup.
Yeah, but I don't know any other way to describe it other than a hiccup.
And if I didn't drink water, like I said, I didn't know if it would be more painful, and I didn't know, do hiccups then continue, or is it just that initial? Because you always go for water, because for me it hurts.
So this will happen if you're eating soft pretzels.
Soft pretzel,
hard pretzels,
bread,
hard
pretzels as big as your head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and bread meaning like French bread baguette, or just like sandwich bread, or a piece of toast, or is it more specific?
I would, for me, it's anything that's dry. So if I think even with like a hoagie or something like that, it could happen.
Really?
I've never had this reaction.
I'm gonna Google this.
I'm sure you guys aren't alone. In this, but no.
Or if you are, that's awesome.
I'm just gonna Google bread hiccups.
And that might be tough when if you're trying.
Bread hiccups have sold more albums than Slim Whitman.
You're trying to down 18 bagels in 8 minutes.
Eating rice, bread, and various other grains all give you hiccups because they swell in the stomach, causing it to expand and put pressure on your diaphragm.
Get
I don't know.
outta
That's
here.
what Cura said. How do you pronounce that?
Quora.
Quora? Q-U-O-R-A?
That's how I pronounce it, Quora.
Quora.
I would. I've never had this reaction. But the notion of 17 bagels.
Yeah.
17.
By the way, okay, so speaking of issues and having trouble once you try and into your gullet, something that I eat regularly, I almost always choke on is rice for whatever reason.
Really?
Yeah. And if I don't have anything to drink with me,
Okay.
it will, for whatever reason, rice starts to flirt with the windpipe. I don't know why.
Huh.
Yeah, and it kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never had a real problem with it, but.
Yeah, that sounds. Rice is small.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's.
But when you eat it, in spoonfuls,
yeah.
you have a bunch in your mouth.
Have you ever had Persian rice?
No.
Oh my God,
What is it?
dude! It like I'll figure this every now and again. So
It's like dick fur.
I got you, Press. I know what you're looking
Where's
for. It's right
where's
there.
our guy? Yeah.
So when I was in college, my RA, my sophomore year, Mehran Mehrabi was Iranian, Persian, and as a hall field trip, he took us to a Persian restaurant in Plymouth Meeting, and the rice there was so fluffy and delicious, like just so flavorful. You didn't have to put anything on it, and I haven't had it.
It was seasoned.
I got to try it because we have like 4 different rices at my house. We're a rice family, so we'll eat boro rice, jasmine rice,
Cherry rice,
basmati rice, and your regular minute rice as well, and we also have some sushi rice as well.
What about because I made?
So I'm intrigued by Persian rice now.
Last night was Taco Thursday, and so I bought some Spanish rice as well as a little side dish. I love that stuff.
Yeah, that's those little mixes are great. They come with the seasoning and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but okay, color me intrigued. I'm gonna jot down. All right,
jot down Persian rice and then write "I love you."
I'm gonna try that.
I used to have Casey. I used to have a Persian girlfriend.
What'd she taste?
I ran away.
She was so fluffy. You ran away.
Come on, it's a dad joke.
What is it?
I ran away.
I ran away.
You know what? You get this.
All right.
You deserve it.
Absolutely, man. It was a nice try.
That's my first one.
Did she cook for you or no?
I ran away.
Before you ran away, did she cook for you?
All right. On the 13th is the World Bagel Eating Champions. Yeah, we'll see how he does. All right, we need to know
bagels.
We need to know what movie this is from.
You're totally jello. You're lime green jello, and you can't even admit it to yourself.
All right, we will go to Brandon to see if we can get the answer. Brandon, morning, bud.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, Brandon, what movie is that from?
I believe it's from Jennifer's Body.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Here's what we got for you, buddy.
We got a case of Juicy Monkey. Victory Brewing's new Hazy Imperial IPA is packing a punch of tropical juice flavor at 9.5% ABV. It'll put you on monkey time in no time.
By the way, that line was written by Diablo Cody, and Jennifer's Body is an underrated movie.
I was about to ask. I've never seen it. Is it any good?
It is. It actually has a sort of a Joss Whedon vibe to it, but it's well done.
Okay.
It's a horror comedy.
All right. I'm going to add one more story. I don't have any more. We don't have any more movie clips.
Is this a bonus clip? Is this Connoisseur After Hours?
Why not? It's something I've never heard of before. It's called the Sleepy Girl Mocktail.
Sleepy Girl Yeah, I know all about it.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
By the way, you're excellent on the show today. Can I whip you up a Sleepy Girl mocktail?
I mean, that's what he should have called that.
It's my little secret ingredient. You might know it as Benadryl.
Oh my God! What the hell is it?
It's a panty drop.
It's the Bill Cosby Sleepy Girl mocktail. No, it's a trend on TikTok, and it promises to help you sleep.
Oh, you'll sleep.
Yeah.
So what's in it?
A half Nelson won't wake you up.
There's not much in it. It's cherry juice, a tablespoon of magnesium powder.
Well, that's it. It's the magnesium.
And sparkling water. This is something your mom would probably approve of.
Yeah, they have. So they actually have.
Mom and Bill Cosby swap recipes.
They have powder packets that you can buy. It's called Calm, and it's basically magnesium. You just have to be careful of it because if you take too much magnesium, you're going to be crapping yourself.
That's what
all day.
Palm is?
A Calm.
Oh, Calm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Magnesium makes you crap yourself?
It will if you take too much of it.
Magnesium citrate is.
Oh, yeah. It's used in prep.
Yeah.
We did that. Remember we did flush and roulette here.
Yeah, that's right.
Just
so I
don't
can see
calm
that.
yourself too much.
All right, so
I don't need that.
so we don't need mess
I
around
need you
here.
smelling good.
Yeah.
Hey, that stuff, I have the packets. I've used those before, and when I sort of feel, I don't use it to go to sleep, but if I sort of,
poop?
No, good though, Steve. Yeah, no. If I feel like stressed or a little anxiety or something like that,
and they work.
I've had it, and it's sort of just. It doesn't take it away. It sort of just relaxes you a little bit, calms you down a little bit.
Let me ask you a general question, the Connoisseur and everyone in the room. So there's this place in the KOP Mall, and it's on the Fancy Richie side, the internet side. It is a tea shop.
Are you talking about the kiosk?
Is
it in the
it's not Tivana. It's a bigger. It has a sort of Chinese
outside of Apple.
No,
No?
It's now they set up a whole
it's in the
store now.
newer-
Yeah.
You know that bridge that goes over to the
it's
other
an actual
side.
store. Okay,
So
okay.
Kathy, this place, but there are loads and loads of really incredibly delicious sounding teas that have all these kind of things you're describing
like
attached to it. I wonder if anyone, if there's any merit to that.
Right.
Because I am a tea drinker.
I am as well, and I haven't been in that place ever since my Tivana.
Tivana.
That's where it was.
No, it wasn't. It's but Tivana is like this. It's a tea shop. And then I went in and had to take out a mortgage to purchase the
But
tea.
this seems more rooted in culture, in Eastern culture.
But what was your question?
So those teas, there are teas associated with things like mood and so on and so forth. And I was wondering if anyone had explored the efficacy of these teas and if they actually work.
Well, yeah, I like a chamomile or a ginger tea helps me with digestion. If I'm stopped up or a little heartburn or whatever, I'll take a ginger tea. And then at the end of the night, Steve, I occasionally will have a nice little chamomile.
Will sleepy time actually make you sleepy?
Well, maybe it's psychosomatic. I don't know.
It might be.
But like if it's a Thursday
I
night,
bought a whole case of the crap.
yeah.
Because tea has caffeine in it.
Yes.
Or most do.
Not chamomiles
Not all of
or
them?
sleepy
Okay.
time, no. And look, I've dealt with insomnia for so many different reasons and so many different times in my life that
And it works.
I'll seek anything that might help a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Do you guys feel obligated at all when drinking tea to at least sip it one time with two hands holding the cup?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It depends
you
on the
have to.
cup. If it's one of those little cups that has no little handle on it, then sure.
I do it for Chinese tea.
Two-handed thing.
You warm your
when you
hands.
have a Chinese restaurant, yeah, absolutely, because it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I love so the only time I drink coffee is in the morning, but the rest of the day I'm a tea drinker.
I can't drink coffee in the afternoon because it really messes
I've
with
had
my
to this
sleep at night.
week.
Really?
I've been waking up and working out before work, and so I know, Kath.
Where?
Today was at home. I have an erg rowing machine.
Did you just get it?
No, I've had that for a while.
Okay.
So I Planet Fitness. I went to
Their cafe?
Yeah, their cafe, and then I went there yesterday and didn't realize that. I thought they were open 24 hours, and they're not anymore. So I got there yesterday, and they weren't open. I was like, "Oh crap! What the heck is going on
In case
here?"
it is, but not in a row. It's the old joke.
Why are you working out before work?
So there's a guy that I saw on Instagram. I'm just trying it for the month of January. He calls it the 30, 30, and 30. So you wake up and within 30 minutes of being awake, consume 30 grams of protein and then do 30 minutes of cardio.
Wow.
And so I'm just trying to do that and see what sort of results I get in the 31 days of.
If I didn't wake up at the ridiculous hour I already wake up of, I think it's a great idea,
so
but
do
there's
I.
no way I'm
So
doing
during
it.
vacation,
No way.
and when I'm on vacation or during the break, I always work out in the morning. Though
Really?
I work out in the afternoon, early afternoon, is because of our schedule, which is actually, believe it or not, is considered the optimum time to work out. Early afternoon.
On the weekends, that's when I'll do my cardio in the morning.
In the
Almost
morning.
As soon as I
Yeah.
get up, just get it out of the way.
If
and
I
it
don't
wakes you
do
up, too.
It wakes you up, and if I don't do it in the morning, even just on a regular day, it's like as the hour goes, I'm less and less likely to do it.
And Kath, guess what? I'm doing weight training in the afternoon, so I'm doing two
You're
days
going
now.
back.
Wow.
Yeah.
I could never work out in the morning. I had a friend that that's how he would get rid of his hangovers when we were in college. He would go to the gym first thing on Saturday and Sunday mornings.
Start drinking.
And then completely forget the hangover.
Hair of the dog, my friend.
Yeah.
Feel the burn.
Steve, I say the gym. I meant the bar. And it was
They're just three-letter words.
Yeah.
There is a bar. Well, because in Jersey they have a couple of bars called the Library, right?
Yes,
They
went to
have
the
a bar that called the Gym, right?
There's then there's a bar in Summit, New Jersey that's called the Office. So I'm
Yeah.
going to the office for a couple hours. But yeah, that's how he would get rid of his hangovers. And Steve, I'm just not a morning workout guy. But if you find it, that it works for you or whatever, go for it.
Yeah, when I have the ability to do it, I will gladly do it. But working out that early, case I think there might be some issues with that. But look, give it a shot.
Last time I'm only just taking out for a little test swim.
And is this what's written on the guy's tombstone? This plan?
Did you accidentally say swim?
Yeah. Instead of test drive, but
it's a new thing. People are calling it.
Well, I was gonna swim today too, perhaps. Maybe.
Let me put a bug in your wrench.
Let me go back to this. Some say that the Sleepy Girl mocktail works.
Oh, it better.
While others claim that they just had to go to the bathroom more often.
To your point, Kathy.
But there is some truth to some of the claims. Tart cherry juice and magnesium powder have been shown to support sleep. Cherry juice tends to be high in melatonin, which is a hormone our body uses to sleep, and magnesium can also help regulate neurotransmitters. But talk to your healthcare provider to ensure that the mocktail does not contradict any medications that you're already taking.
Ask your doctor about mocktails.
That's what you need to do. All right, and that's the last one from the Connoisseur today, friends. All right. We're going to take a break because we do have a guest who's going to be joining us in just a little bit. Going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club. So when we get back, we will reveal who that's going to be. And we got all the other giveaways. Word of the Week prize. Yep, we're getting that. Less question, trash music, those things coming up later on. We'll be back in a second, so stay with us, please.
Question about Primal Scream Therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about Primal Scream Therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy. Discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
it's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Okay. Klein notes that simply screaming won't face your issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge
Dad,
off.
can I talk to you for a minute?
Jesus.
I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the...
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge came from.
Yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the Army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge.
Dad, can I talk for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then...
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
Yeah. I have froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not
cool
matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes. Stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now, cover your ears. Both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well,
hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah, well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my 8 song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, I was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
Hey, guys. I want to let you know I wrote a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, if I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it.
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that it's one word and it's
what, the word on his face?
Yeah, do you
misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right. So it's under his eye high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister, Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
You're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
ruined your career.
Ruined exactly your product. Oh, my God.
Now, he has tattoos.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
He has no tattoos on his face.
He's got some on his neck.
Yeah.
His hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You gonna get one?
Though. I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're, I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
They were smoking cigarettes,
and they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a he's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
Listen, he and his buddy, they both lay concrete. They're both just
big.
They both.
They are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
I said lay.
They both.
They're
like
fans of concrete,
I thought he
and
did.
various gravel.
What did he say?
Lay concrete.
I thought you said like.
I did
thought
too.
they both
I was
like
wondering-
concrete.
I'm a huge fan of cement.
Big concrete.
They're big fans
Just
of
love it. No, yeah, no.
metamorphic and sedimentary and so okay. So
What does that have to do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face tattoos or whatever? They're not your lawyer, They're not a judge on the bench or where, somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
if someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on his looks getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean,
Because
so
here's-
clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea. Okay.
Metro traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So our next guest is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. 2 shows each night, 7:30 and 10 p.m. And this is his first visit to the Preston and Steve Show.
There we go.
We're always happy to welcome new friends. This is Pete Lee, everyone.
Hey, guys, woo.
Morning, Pete. Nice.
I'm so happy to be here. You guys are legendary. This is great to
very
finally
kind.
be here.
Thanks, man.
Oh, my God. I'm 27 years into my career, and to celebrate, I'm doing this. This is great.
This was on the calendar.
Yeah.
You make this,
Yeah, this is fantastic. I'm happy to be friends with you guys.
27 years in the business.
27 years in the business.
Does that count from like the first time you tried an open mic night?
Yeah,
okay.
that was like, I was not really a comedian, but I was telling I'm a comedian now. And my friends, they're like, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
we saw that show. That was terrible.
One gig.
Friends.
Yeah.
You want your friends to, those are the kind of friends, the candid ones who don't think you got the chops. They sort of either spur you on or convince you to get out.
Yeah, and I mean, those are those friends that you run into now, and they're like, man, your life is great. And, I'm selling insurance.
Do you remember a joke from that night?
Yeah.
And you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but you can if you want. It's up to you.
I have 2 jokes that I think are pretty good jokes from that night. My opening joke was actually a joke. So my grandmother was kind of an eccentric woman, and she owned a bong shop. And that's a true story.
Wow.
She owned one of the. Well, I can go into that later, but. She was like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I was like 14 years old. I was like, oh, I want to be a comedian. And she's like, I've dated those. And she always had a joint and a whiskey. She was like Ron White, but like an old lady.
Was this in Wisconsin?
So she was an Oklahoma lady,
Okay,
but
yeah.
I grew up in Wisconsin. We go on these vacations because she had money from the bongs.
Yeah.
And it was funny. I said like Ron White, but an old lady. And I saw him recently, and he had long white hair. And I was like, oh, he does look like my grandma.
But it looks like an old woman
He's
now.
turning into an old lady.
Yeah.
And, but anyway, she was like, write me a joke. So she wouldn't let me eat dinner until I wrote a joke. And I finally wrote this one. It was, and this was my opening joke in my first stand-up. It was, do you guys ever drive with no pants on? I do. I love to drive with no pants on because, like, I can never tell if people are staring at me because, like, they know or if it's because I'm driving my moped.
It's a good joke for a 4-year-old.
That was a good joke.
Yeah, that's absolutely solid. Yeah.
That was my opener for the first set. My other one was my girlfriend cut out this article for me on how we can have a better love life. It was out of like Cosmo or Glamour. And it said the perfect way to spice up your love life is to make love in a car wash. And I'm like, well, let me tell you guys from experience. No, it is not, because that's also the perfect way to ruin a church fundraiser. So, those are not bad.
Those are solid jokes.
Yeah, those are
solid jokes.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. I like to be surprised by a punchline, right? I can't stand it because I love stand-up comedy. But when I can see a punchline from a mile away, I'll roll my eyes. I'm like, oh man.
But there are so many comedians, and I did stand up for a while years ago, and there are so many comedians that have these telegraphed, lines, and I used to see this guy, and the audience loved him. He would kill, and the other comedians who were actually writing material. I'm sure you've had experience like, what in the F? Now, people like that usually don't go the distance, but if in the moment, it's like it whatever works.
I'm painfully nice, and even I'll be in the back of the room sometimes going, why are they laughing? Like I'm watching another comedian going, I don't get it. Is it the rhythm? Is it whatever? Am I on the spectrum? I don't know why they're laughing, but I don't understand it. But
it's just part of the deal. But again, and sometimes people, well, how do you know your material's good? And I'm like, there are no hard and if the audience is laughing and they like you, if you're not stealing material, or whatever, if they like you, then that's working.
Yeah.
There's no set book of how-to on this.
Yeah, George Carlin said, people always ask me how you write a brilliant joke, and he goes, the same way you write a bad one.
Yeah.
You write it, and you think it's great, and you try it out, and sometimes it bombs, sometimes it's great.
Norm Macdonald was talking about a perfect Weekend Update joke, and you remember Jerry Rubin, who was head of the Yippies, was a group as they had the hippies and yippies. And the joke that he told on Weekend Update was, Yippee, Jerry Rubin is dead. And he goes, oh, excuse me, Yippee, Jerry Rubin is dead. So it's just a slight change on the way you pronounce it, and it's his favorite joke. And it wouldn't seem that way to many people, but it's that, you know?
Norm was the best joke writer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where in Wisconsin did you grow up?
Wisconsin, just south of Madison.
Okay, my grandmother grew up in Westfield, which is north of Madison, and we went. It is unbelievably beautiful, and I think Wisconsin is an underrated state.
I mean, we're so hammered. So we're drunk. We're drunk all the time.
Yeah.
And,
you make no bones about that.
Yeah.
Well, they make a lot of beer there.
Yeah, I have a joke that's in my next Tonight Show set. I go. I don't even think I have a Wisconsin accent. I just think that I learned how to talk from drunk adults. Like my dad was like, "Do you want to go to kindergarten today?" And I was like, "LMNOP." That's what the accent is.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It toughens you up, though.
The story that I've shared on the air a few times is that my grandmother bought a car, and it was a 1988 or 89 Buick Skylark, and my dad suggested that she put in a cassette player, and she said, "Tom, what do I need a cassette player for?" and it was just that I loved the Wisconsin. There's something very charming about a Wisconsin accent.
Oh my God! Yeah, I like to do a lot of improv in my shows, and I've been asking the crowd lately what their drama is. And I was performing in Milwaukee, Wisconsin over Thanksgiving weekend. And this gal, I go, hey, what's your drama? And she goes, all right, I got some drama. And she goes, so I was dating this guy, and he was, well, you know, not so great. So I dumped him the night before Thanksgiving, which that's bad, right? And the whole crowd was like, yeah, it's bad. She goes, so I felt bad, so I invited him to Thanksgiving, and then he was being not so great again. So as a family, we had a little meeting, and we locked him in the shed. And I was like, is he still in the shed? 'Cause that was Thursday, and we're talking Friday, and they go, nah, we let him out. And I was like, oh my God, I thought it was going to be an accessory to a crime.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
People are so pleasant and so drunk and crazy there.
Drunk and pleasant.
Even though it was Oklahoma, I want to hear more about Grandma and the Bong shop.
Oh, yeah. So she...
how many years ago was this?
This was in the early 80s. Like, I think her court case was in, like, 1983 or something like that.
God,
You can...
It was illegal.
Yeah, it was illegal, but she just... So she would fly to Morocco and buy all these beautiful hand-blown glass things. And she had this store called Lady Ann's Oddities. So if anybody wants to Google it, the court cases on there, there's a High Times article that they, like, vetted all the stuff and, you know, wrote a story about her. And so there was this guy running for governor of Oklahoma that he was like, you know how we're going to clean Oklahoma up? We're going to get the devil's lettuce out of here.
Right.
It was like one of those, there's Satan in every leaf. And so he raided her place, but, you know, like they didn't just sell bongs. They sold all the other stuff that you sell there, you know, sex toys and all that kind of stuff.
That blows my mind.
Yeah. And then she also, like all the cops there, you know, like they were into all that fun stuff, and they knew my grandma. Her name was Lady Ann. She was like a local celebrity. So they reached out to her and they're like, hey, we got to raid your shop because of the governor, but we're just giving you a heads up. And so she was like, yeah, there it is.
We're
right
looking
there.
at a picture up on the screen, Lady Ann's Oddities. And so she was doing this, nothing advertised on the front of the shop, but was there an area like in the back?
Yeah, it basically, so that was the first Lady Ann's Oddities, and then or actually no, that was the real one. So that sign in Oklahoma City still stays as like it's like a historic landmark.
Oh yeah, no, it says exotic clothes.
Exotic clothes, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one tip off.
Buckles, belts, hats, exotic clothes. Yeah, so in that building is now called that's now a marijuana shop called the Green Dog, and it's right next to this place called the Red Dog, and the Red Dog was like one of the most legendary strip clubs. It was like the governor wanted that out too.
So your family was sort of the focus of his political platform.
Yeah, it really was, and so they raided her place, and then they raided her place, and then but everybody knew that it was going to be raided, so she had a sale, and they basically had almost nothing left. But my grandfather was this like military vet from World War II and whatnot, and he taped a baggie of tobacco to every single bong, and so he sold it as the tobacco water bong.
Okay, gotcha.
And he was he was very meticulous about his accounting and all this kind of stuff. So when it went to court, like they went to, the regional courts in blah, 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 it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they won a Supreme Court case. And federally, they were like, no, well, this is a tobacco water device. And that's because of my grandma and my grandfather.
That's amazing, because so you could sell rolling papers. You could use rolling papers to roll a regular cigarette. Or that is amazing that was part of the case. So this was part of your childhood.
This is part of my childhood. And like my dad he's like such a conservative, straight-laced guy that like if Lady Anne is your mom, you rebel against her by being like a Republican.
Right.
So my dad like wears like slacks with shirts tucked in the house, like in the house on Saturday.
But he saved her. But the concept of taping the tobacco to it.
Yeah.
So Tommy Chong did prison time for selling bongs over the mail.
Chong bongs. Yeah, I was his opener for a while, and him and his batty wife were going around the world selling the bongs. I mean, she was a lovely lady, whatever, but
batty.
But so one of the things that helped my mom or my grandma win the court case was that the Rolling Stones were performing out on their tour, and they were performing at the OU Coliseum.
Right.
And they came into the shop and was like, hey, do you need any help legally? And then they ended up giving money to our family to do this. So
there's got to be there's got to be a movie in this.
That's what my manager
There's got to be a movie in this.
So I actually paired up with a screenwriter in LA, and we've been going over it. But he's like, I got to get all the details. And my dad has like 11 stories, and it's like all stories from like, oh, this is when we went to marriage counseling, and we found out there's got to be a me before there can be a we. And they're just the worst stories. And then we were all getting drunk in Vegas for my nephew's wedding, and my stepmom was like, oh, have you told him the Rolling Stone story? I'm like, there was a Rolling Stone story.
How does the me and we precede the Rolling Stone story?
You should have told this. He's like, well, I didn't want to tell it because it involves marijuana. Dad. I'm like, for all of your stories, I have been on marijuana. I'm not going to be shocked by this.
That is So I mean, now you do some. You're doing voice acting for the this animated show. Jam Van.
Yeah, we did a Philadelphia episode. Yeah.
So this is Lin-Manuel
Miranda,
who you idolize. You're a huge Hamilton fan.
I'm a giant Ham fan, and the first day that I went in there, I'm in a voice booth, and which you guys are no strangers to those, and then on Zoom, the first thing that I did is I had to sing a duet with him in the character of this thing, and I was like, I was just blown away because I was like, at some point, I hope I get to meet him. And then I'm like, hey, Lynn, how's it going? And then he's like, are you good at singing? And my character, his name is Lamb, and he kind of sounds like, oh, my God, that's great. Yeah. And which I don't know if do you guys know the comedian Joe Mackey?
Yeah, Joe Mackey, yeah.
So for my audition.
He works with Gutfeld now.
Yeah. And so for my audition, I did the thing as my voice, and then the producer and I are both really good friends with Joe Mackey. And she's like, hey, just on a whim, try the character as Joe Mackey. And I was like, oh, yeah, we're going to Philadelphia. This is going to be great. And then she was like, that's it. And I was like, well, you should just hire Joe.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, but we like your comedic timing with this character. And I was like, but you should just hire Joe. Come on, I'm Joe Mackey. I'm a virgin and I'm 35.
Yeah.
It
sounds a little like Jennifer Coolidge.
It kind of does.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
But you got it.
I got it. Yeah, I got the part, and I only got the part because Wayne Brady was Lamb, and then he did the job for 2 weeks, and then he quit. And
so just you would know this, but one of our worst guests ever was Wayne Brady. Because we were such. So it makes us smile, but he such fans. And he was horrible.
Yeah, he's just not giving us anything. It just seemed like didn't even want to be interviewed at all.
That makes the story extra good for us.
Yeah, well, why put on shoes? Why go there if you're not going to talk to me? I don't know.
Did you hang up with him like quickly or?
No, we stuck it out. No, Queen Latifah we hung up on because she was passed out cold. I don't think she knew that she was being interviewed at the time. But no, we stuck it out, and then we were done. We were like, he was a dick, right?
Yeah. And then we heard from other shows that he had been that way.
Yep.
So, I assume thumbs up from Lin-Manuel about your singing.
Lynn's really great. Yeah, in character, I sang real well, and I'm taking my in-laws to New York City. They're going to come watch me on the Tonight Show, and then between Lynn and Bill Sherman, they wrote most of Hamilton together.
Are you a singer?
No, not really. Oh yeah, it's on the screen right now.
We're watching the show.
yeah.
Oh, the Philadelphia episode.
The history.
Isn't Boys II Men in this episode?
Yes, Boys II Men is in the episode. I didn't get to meet them, which I would love to meet them, but
this is on YouTube Kids, or what is it?
YouTube Kids. We just won a couple Emmys for them, and I was all excited because I woke up and I'm in this group chat, and they're like, we won Emmys, and I'm like, I won an Emmy, and then we won it for everything that I didn't do.
Congrats!
Yeah, so
it's hard to do that when you have so many talented people.
Yeah,
right?
so here's to season 2, hopefully, and maybe I'll get an Emmy.
Oh, that's fantastic, man.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
Really, really cool. And by the way, I love Hamilton too. And a feather in my cap last year was I posted a video of me kind of lip syncing One Last Time, and Christopher Jackson liked it. I
Oh,
was like,
for
yeah.
real?
Yeah, that was a big deal for me because Hamilton was big as well.
Wow, One Last Time. That's like one of my go-to car songs.
It's an amazing song, and unfortunately, I can't because I just love that guy's voice. He's the gentleman who played George Washington, and I can't find him singing anything anywhere else. You know, I'm like, I just want to download an album of Christopher Jackson. I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah,
maybe Lynn can write the songs for the musical My Grandmom Sold Bong.
Yeah, maybe that can be the angle on it. Maybe we do a Hamilton spin or something like that on it. I love Lynn. I get to take my father-in-law to he's coming to watch me on the Tonight Show.
When is that, by the way?
I'm going to be on there January 26th, and then we're going to get Hamilton tickets.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
And I'm like, oh my God. Like, my father-in-law is such a cool guy, and I love this guy. But I'm so happy that I can dazzle him by taking him to the Tonight Show.
Yeah. Well, think
Hamilton.
The fact that he just finally gave up that pot story eventually, the Bong story. You've done the Tonight Show many times. Fallon is a big fan of yours.
Yeah.
But we hear stories years ago about how tough it used to be to get on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson and blah, blah, blah. Tell how you ended up on the Tonight Show, because this is kind of wild.
Yeah, Fallon got a little drunk and just came into the comedy club and saw me. And right now I know that there's been stories like Jimmy Fallon's a drinker, which, okay. Yeah, his name is Jimmy Fallon. Like, of course he's going to have a whiskey.
cocktail.
Yeah, he's fun. Don't worry. Don't get in a tizzy. But so he came into the Stand Comedy Club when it was across the street from his old condo in New York City, and then he's in the crowd, and everybody in New York, they're too cool to acknowledge a celebrity, right? Well, the whole time I'm on stage, I'm like, Jimmy Fallon is right there, and I just really want to do the Tonight Show. And so I tell this joke. I go, I never want to offend anybody. Like the other day, this guy sneezed, and I wanted to say bless you, but instead I go, happy holidays. And Jimmy stood up and he clapped. He goes, yes. He goes, I love this guy. And then the whole crowd erupted because they could finally acknowledge him.
So he stands up in the audience.
He stands up in the audience, and then I acknowledged him, and I was like, thank you, sir, or Jimmy. I don't know what to call you. And then I wanted to say I love your Tonight Show, but instead I go, I love your impulse control. And the crowd went nuts. And he's like, thanks, I don't have any. And then later on, he came up to me and was like, he's like, God, he's like, we got to have you on the show. And I was like, yeah, you do.
Did you think that was just lip service?
Well, I didn't know, because I'd previously been booked to go on the Tonight Show with it was like the first booker of his Tonight Show, and then that person got fired, and then I went to the bottom of the queue because then the next booker didn't want to book anybody the other person had,
right?
And so they wouldn't even take a look at me, and then there was a new booker that was like a fan of mine, so and he's still there, so I didn't know. I just had it given to me and taken away from me so many times that I was like, I just had no hope.
Sure, yeah.
I have a friend who used to be a writer on the Tonight Show, and he talked a little bit about how about Jimmy would drink occasionally, but he also said the guy was such a great boss and so supportive of comedians, and had nothing but nice things to say ultimately about working there.
That's my experience with every person that works there, and they were, I mean, I don't know, my take on it is like it's a tough job, and people were upset that Jimmy didn't like their jokes. But guess what? Like, you know how we talked about like how do you write a great joke the same way you write a bad one? They probably wrote some bad jokes, and nobody wants to hear that.
Listen, I'm a fan of Jimmy Fallon's. I was a massive fan of Carson going all the way back, and Carson had his lunatic things that happened. But we still love Carson, and there's you got to give people the leeway to be human. So is this going to be what appearance? What number appearance?
Number 8. It's going to be number
awesome.
8. Yeah. I don't know. I like people with flaws, and if you don't have flaws, I don't trust you because you probably have like a scream chamber in your.
Well, you're just not being honest about having flaws.
Yeah, let me know what's weird about you.
I'll tell you what fascinated me about you and going through your history. We're huge fans. Your ex girlfriend. A comedian. I don't know if I can go into this.
Yeah, you can go. Yeah.
I got him. I'm having a brain fart. Nikki Glazer. We love Nikki Glazer.
She's one of my best friends. We hooked up when we were in our 20s, and then now it's like it's decades later, and she's like a family member. We spend Christmas together.
I'll tell you why, because I was watching her show, and you were on, and I'm like, this shows you can do that. Yeah. You can get past it and have someone be a friend. It doesn't have to end with bodies on the floor.
Yeah. Well,
it depends on how crazy one of them might be.
It's true. It's true.
That's the only thing.
And age. Like sometimes you can, if you grow up and you let a decade or two pass.
Yeah. So we dated when I think she was 22, or she was turning 21 to 22, and then we dated for like a month, and I didn't even know her birthday, and then I called her. And I was dating my now ex-wife and her at the same time in that like gray area when we first start dating. So I had to make a decision, and they both knew that, that it was going on. Well, so I called up Nikki and I was like, hey, Nikki, I made a decision. I'm going this other direction. I'm so sorry. I hope we can be friends. She's like, no, we can't be friends. Because I didn't realize I didn't even know her well enough to know that I called her on her birthday.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. And like, it's not, she's not a bad person for getting upset about it, but she was 22 years old. And think about our maturity level at that time. She really was upset, and like, it was bad. Well, then she was like, you're out of my life forever. And she, oh my God, she trashed me to everyone. There were comedy clubs. They're like, God, well, you're actually a really nice guy. I thought you were going to be a monster. And then years later, I got a divorce, and then Nikki and I, like, we reconciled and became friends. And then now she's one of my best friends.
I mean, the exchange, you guys are totally cordial, totally cool. And it was just so cool to see, because we love her, and now we love you.
She's a genius. For her recent special, I actually like helped write jokes and punch it up and stuff like that. Like, that's how close we are.
That's awesome.
If you're just tuning in, it's Pete Lee, and he's going to be at Helium tonight and tomorrow. Well, fast forward a little bit more. You got married last year.
Yeah. I've been. This is another joke from my Tonight Show set. This is my second marriage, so I go, I'm refurbished.
The box doesn't look quite right.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite right. But I'm married. We were talking in the lobby about I had a bachelor party, and we went to Metallica.
So this was presented to us. Connor did some research on it because I'm not sure this is the actual bachelor party, but you are saying yes, that was. And
oh yeah,
how was that?
It was insane. So my manager is friends with Def Leppard, and Def Leppard was like, yeah, we'll lend you guys our tour bus for the bachelor party.
Whoa,
so,
what?
Yes.
God.
So we went
What city?
L.A. So
Okay.
we were in L.A. We went to see Metallica at SoFi, and I didn't know about the tour bus. So I'm like, my friends are like, come to the tour bus, and I'm like, am I going to go meet Metallica in the tour bus? And they're like, oh yeah, that's a picture of all of us right there. And they're like, no, that's our tour bus. Def Leppard lent us their tour bus. And I was like, all right, well, first of all, maybe some Purell wipes. But,
yeah,
but second of all,
might be in order.
Yeah. And so we get hammered, we go to see Metallica, and then we load up on the tour bus, and then we go to Vegas. And then we party like all night and all day in Vegas. And then we get back on the tour bus at like 5 a.m. We drive to LA, we go to SoFi, and we see Metallica again. Wow. And it was like the most crazy endurance run. Well, I'm not like a big drug guy, but friends of mine, they're like, how did you get through that? And I was like, well, cocaine. And so I just do a couple toots, and it gets me through. Well, I have a friend who's in like a real famous band that came to surprise me at SoFi because he knows Metallica and they got him in, and then he surprised me with my group of friends. And He's not pictured. I won't say who he is or whatever. But anyway, my friends went nuts, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're friends with this guy." And then we did jury duty together. That's how I know this guy. And
Well,
then-
don't tell us who it is. Tell us the band he's in.
Oh yeah. Tell us the band he's in. Well, so my friend's like, he's like, hey, he's like, I'm gonna take you backstage for your bachelor party, and you're gonna meet Metallica. And I was like, all coked up, and I was like, oh man, that's really great. I was like, it's like John. And like I looked like an internet video that was buffering. And he goes, oh no, mate. He goes, are you on cocaine? And I go, I am cocaine. I am cocaine. And my friends were like, he's cocaine. And he goes, oh no. He goes, they have a sober backstage. He goes, you're too coked up to meet Metallica. And I was like, this, not only is this the best weekend of my life, but this is the best moment of my life, because I've always been kind of a square, and I was like, I'm too coked up to meet Metallica.
So you were thrilled by that.
That's like saying like you're too mean to meet the devil. You know? Like I was like, finally, I'm hardcore. And then my friend got me tickets to Power Trip because they were performing there, and then I was gonna meet them there, but then Metallica was partying, and I didn't get to meet them because every idiot in the world was meeting them. But so eventually, I want to meet Metallica. I've seen them 3 times this year. I love them so much.
Number one band?
Not number one band. Yeah, they're amazing.
They played here at a stadium that's no longer in Philadelphia called Veterans Stadium, and I'm not a huge Metallica fan. I really like them, but I got to go to the meet and greet. And one of the perks is that occasionally we get to do those types of things. I've never ever been to a meet and greet like Metallica. Those guys took so much time with every fan who was in that room who Metallica is their favorite band, and every one of those people had a "here's why you're my favorite band" story.
And Nick, you said half the people in there were completely coked up.
They were way high on coke. There was a huge pile of cocaine in the middle of the room.
Turns out that's not a thing. You just didn't get to meet them.
I left that experience with so much respect for those guys because they listened to every story and took time with the fans. It was
awesome.
impressive.
I'm so happy that you said that they were amazing because I want them to be amazing, and I also didn't want it to be like, yeah, when you met Metallica, guess what? They're tiny. They're the smallest people.
Yeah, pleased to meet you.
Are they really?
No, I think they're pretty big people.
Yeah. At least Hetfield is, right?
Yeah, he looks pretty big.
Yeah.
I got a guitar pick from Hetfield, so my man weaseled me up to the stage. Manager knows him too, and he flicked a guitar pick, and it was the coolest way, but also the wimpiest way because he flung it at me, and I went. And then it Jackie Chan stuck in my hand
between your fingers
like a flying star.
Yeah. And so I was telling the story, he threw it at me, and I was like, and my manager was like, no, you went, and then it just happened to stick right there. So,
oh, that's great.
Wow.
That's awesome, man.
Wow, that's a fantastic bachelor trip, man. You can't top something like that.
Well, yeah, and then for our wedding, so I'm a big Metallica fan. We're also big fans of this electronic band called Odessa. So for our wedding, we did it in New Orleans, where we did the wedding, and then you can do a parade in New Orleans if you just pay $500. So we did a whole parade with a marching band for our wedding.
Really? I thought they'd charge more than $500.
Well, we ended up paying more than that because we got state troopers and we got a huge brass band. And our guests at the wedding, they had no idea what was going to happen. And then they're like, this is the best. And the people from the city, they come in and they flood in. Then we did our whole reception. And then I bought 3 suites at the Smoothie King Center to watch Odessa. So I brought everyone from the wedding there. And it's an electronic thing. So, we're,
That's awesome.
we were high as hell.
Is she a Metallica fan as well?
My wife is not a Metallica fan.
Okay.
But I want to take my wife to Metallica. I feel like if she sees them live, she's going to love them.
Yeah. That's a risky effort.
Yeah, she could see him.
She might not.
Not love him.
That's a $600 bet.
She's lovely. We're looking at a picture of the wedding.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
What's her occupation?
She works in tech, and she has a great job, and I love her so much. I joke around that I'm she's like a Lamborghini, and I'm a mail truck. She's the best, most patient, awesome person, and I just just like, I'm still waiting for her, like for the other shoe to drop.
To wisen up.
Yeah.
She's got an Amanda Seyfried thing working there a little bit.
Yeah, she really does. She's so cool, and she makes all my comedian friends laugh. She's very witty, and she's not a comedian, which is great.
That's great.
You guys, you live in New York?
No, I lived in New York for 12 years, then I lived in LA, and then when I met her, she lived in Arizona, and then we wound up buying another property there. And I just like 3 weeks ago, just moved to Arizona completely.
Whoa.
And the way that my business manager put it, like my money guy, he's like, if you want to keep paying California taxes, he's like, you're going to pay a lot of money to California that's not doing anything for the local, people. But you could move to Arizona. And if you do that, every single year, you could, with the money you're saving, you could buy a Tesla and just crash it for fun. And I was like, okay, yeah, I think I want to do that.
And with your line of work now, I mean, the mobility, you can do everything remote. There's a lot of remote stuff.
Yeah, I have a 4K camera and I travel with it, and I have my own production studio, and I have an editor that edits all my internet videos, and that's the whole. Unless you're doing Netflix, that's the whole comedy business.
Right, right.
Scrolling through your Instagram, did you guys go to Machu Picchu for your honeymoon?
We did, yeah, and we brought beers up there.
Wow.
We hiked Machu Picchu, and then we brought beers and drank them at the top. And
my fiance did that as well, and had to deal with altitude sickness, and so like she was chewing the coca leaves the whole time because it actually helps. What was drinking a beer like at that altitude?
Well, it was great, but like I know I told the Metallica story, but so I've always gotten really bad altitude sickness, and the whole time that you're there, you're chewing on these coca leaves,
Right.
and they're fresh coca leaves. Well, if you eat enough of them, it's basically cocaine.
It's cocaine. Yeah.
And I'm like, so the key to altitude sickness is cocaine.
Yes.
I'm like, and I don't want you guys to think that I'm like a big. Like,
Yeah, you started by saying I'm not a big drug guy, and so far we had 3 incidents with you and cocaine.
Yeah.
How could I work cocaine into my honeymoon?
I mean, it'd be pretty great. Yeah, I say this on stage that I'm like I've tried cocaine. I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. But if I ever get told that I have 6 months to live, I'm gonna live for 3 days.
Just tear it up.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's funny because I talk about that and I talk about it on the radio, and there's gonna be some weird guy that comes up to me with a bag later.
Yeah.
And hey, you want to do some of this dust from my pocket?
I love your cartoon. Here's some coke.
Yeah.
Here's a key.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna be like, nah, I don't think I want your pocket dust.
Well, listen, we hope you enjoy your time in Philly. Helium's a great club. I'm sure you've played some other Helium comedy clubs before.
I have, and this is their flagship. This is the one
it's fantastic.
That started out, and the first time I was ever here, I was the second headliner that ever came in, and I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't funny back in 2005 enough to do a Philly crowd, because like Philly crowds will come out and be like, if they don't laugh, they're like, I'm comfortable if you're uncomfortable. and Philly crowds, they got their money's worth by just eating me alive. And then the owner, Mark of Helium, he was like, you're not coming back to Philly. And then it was like 6 years later, after I'd been doing comedy in New York and Jersey and Long Island, that I had my chops to do in the East Coast Room. I came in, I featured for Greg Fitzsimmons. It went great.
We love Greg, yeah.
And then now this is my second time headlining back. So this market feels like something I conquered in comedy.
Oh, cool.
It's not an easy comedy market, but if you can best.
They are. Yeah. You nailed it. That's what we learned a long time ago. If you earn your spot, then you have loyalty like you can't believe.
Yeah, and so getting to perform at Helium is like a great honor. Getting to come on your show, I'm not trying to kiss your butts, but like seriously, thank you. This is
Well, next time we'll have a big bag of Coke for you.
Yeah, we'll have an 8-ball all set.
Coca leaves in the green room.
I'll do the 20-minute interview in 2 minutes.
2 shows tonight and 2 tomorrow, 7:30 and 10 p.m. Please go see Pete Lee. Nice to have you here.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a second, so please stay with us. In human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And
Okay.
I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? Are you going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we
Yes.
talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
And take your
called-
friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's a
concrete,
great
Kathy.
line from Uncle Buck where he goes, "Why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face?" A woman's got a big mole on her face.
Mole, 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 mole,
mole. So here we are, Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can for the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
Yeah.
And
you had a great one.
Yeah, I had a wonderful.
I had a great one.
Yeah. And now, some people don't have great first kisses. In fact, some of them can be disastrous.
I would say whoever kissed Harvey Weinstein.
Probably a disastrous first kiss. Yeah.
And I said mine. I was really, really nervous. And then after I did it, I was like, what the hell was I so nervous about? That was not a big deal.
Yeah. It does happen, but and maybe the reason why some people wait so long to have their first kiss, the nervousness or the fear that it's going to go bad, or I don't know. So we started talking about it, and we got responses from people, from adults who have never kissed anyone in their lives. And we said, you know what, we could maybe have a couple people come in, and we can get that first kiss out of the way. Casey, give me some light love music here as we
Five-finger death punch.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, though? No, there you go. That's perfect. We're going to meet our contestants, find out what they're all about, or who they are and what they're all about. Let's start with a phone call that we received when we initially talked about this on the air. This is Sophie who is here this morning. Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm good.
So you gave us a call, and we had, we were just asking who hadn't ever kissed anybody who happens to be an adult. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 21.
You're 21 years old. All right. And so I assume you've never had a boyfriend then if you've never kissed anybody? No. Really? And why do you think that is? Why? Because, you're cute. And,
you are. Yeah. You're adorable. Yeah.
I probably just kind of thought like, oh, I'll get around to it later. And then in high school, I was like, oh, I'm going to get around to it later. In college, get around to it later. And
Are you a serious student by any chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very time consuming, and sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and I couldn't help but sort of feel like this.
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, And the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that bin of, that, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible. Especially during this pandemic, where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times. On top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people, and I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever. And again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone. And for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It's his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
the movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So yeah, if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. It's really easy to, I think look, as a stream, when you're streaming it, and then, this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did
93.3 WMMR.
Before we do the Bizarre File, just reiterating an announcement that we made. We are having an event that could put you in Clearwater, Florida, along with us for spring training.
Yep.
It is something that we've hooked up with PhillySportsTrips.com, and we have a trip for 2 to spring training. It's airfare, 3 nights, hotel accommodation, the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, direct beach access there, tailgate parties, post-show, a happy hour party with us at Coco's on Friday, March 15th. And on Monday, we will start doing this, Monday at 8 a.m., and we'll do it each weekday at 8 a.m. We will give away our Clearwater word of the day, and then you go to WMMR.com and enter it for a chance to win. You want to listen each day because every day is another chance to win the trip. So we're excited about this, and we're talking about spring, right in the heart of winter.
Yeah, we want you to win, but also, if you're looking to make plans, you know the dates that we're going to be down there, and we'd love to see you down there.
Yeah, so we'll be broadcasting on the 14th and 15th, and on the 14th, we'll be at the ballpark, and on the 15th, we'll be at this bar called Coco's. And it's not really a live, tear it up, get drunk live broadcast that morning, but when we're done, we're going to hang and have a little afternoon soiree, if you will. So we're looking forward to this. PhillySportsTrips.com, travel with the pros, or go to WMMR.com to get all of the details.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'm going to throw this in. I don't know if this is Bizarre File worthy or not, but it is Friday, and it's a necrophilia story. So,
it's perfect.
Necrophilia Friday.
Such a tradition.
Sort of. And I didn't even mean for this to become a thing, but these things are falling in my lap. At least one state lawmaker believes that it's time to outlaw necrophilia in New Mexico. Yeah.
Why?
It's still legal.
They need love, too.
New Mexico State Representative Stephanie Lord is set to introduce a bill during the upcoming 30-day legislative session to formally establish necrophilia as a crime in the state.
Lord.
Necrophilia is the act of performing a sexual act with a dead body, in case you did not know that.
Right.
Lord's bill would make it a 4th-degree felony to desecrate a dead human body. And it would make certain sexual acts a 3rd-degree felony. Meanwhile, it would make sexual penetration a 2nd-degree felony. So there are varieties of the necrophilia you have to keep in mind.
There's nuance to necrophilia.
And New Mexico is one of 5 U.S. states without a law against necrophilia. I did not know that.
So what are our only remaining options now?
And by the way, last year, they just approved the bestiality bill in New Mexico.
Big inroads.
They're catching up.
Wow. They're getting on the grid.
Yeah. So nearly 400 people were able to evacuate a Japan Airlines plane that caught on fire while landing in Tokyo. You probably saw this story.
Yeah, crazy.
And the reason behind it, and I'm saying this as a cautionary tale, should you ever find yourself in that type of situation, It's because they listened to the instructions to leave their luggage behind. Japan Airlines Flight 516 collided with a Coast Guard plane on Tuesday while landing at Tokyo's Haneda Airport. All 379 people on board were able to evacuate the plane before it became engulfed in flames. I mean, it went up in flames.
Yeah.
Aviation experts have praised the efficiency of the plane's crew in organizing the evacuation under intense pressure and passengers for listening to those instructions. Footage shows passengers, none apparently carrying luggage, leaving the plane down an inflatable side.
And they're coming out fast and furiously, so they just bolted.
A fire safety expert told the BBC that if passengers had tried to retrieve luggage, it could have slowed down the evacuation with potentially deadly consequences. A passenger said the flight crew remained calm during the emergency and instructed passengers not to take any luggage, and they were able to get everybody off of there within about 18 minutes.
Fortunately, they had the luggage plane was about to land about 10 minutes after that, so the bulk of their luggage was on that.
It was safe
Yeah.
after that. It was Celeste Glazer's athletic daughter, Bridget, who saved her from a potential watery grave in Capitola this week. But it was 21st century technology that saved the San Jose biotechnology executive's phone. So she and several members had evacuated Thursday morning from Capitola as massive waves began to surge over the low seawall in front of their rented oceanside apartment. She and Bridget went back to, they went back a couple hours later to retrieve a suitcase and return a parking permit just as an abnormally high tide was pushing 20-foot swells into the town.
Jeez.
And in front of their unit was seawater flowing rapidly over the pavement. Glazer fell in and was pulled for nearly 15 feet until her daughter, who is a 15-year-old gymnast and a freshman, was able to grab her and pull her out over before the seawall before she was swept out into the ocean. So she saved her life.
Yeah.
But she had let go of her iPhone in the process. And it was issued by the biotechnology company where she's a vice president of global marketing. And she was resigned to have lost her phone, stressed about how her boss would react. And as she watched a movie on her iPad, a notification popped up that her phone was nearby and still powered up.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. So she said, I was talking to my family and I said, I really want to find the phone. They said, no, it's dark. And everybody was telling me to not do it. But they ended up going anyway. And they went out looking for her phone. And they believed that it was just going to be a wild goose chase, but she used the find function on her Apple Watch to locate the phone. She pinged it. The phone pinged back. It seemed like quite a distance away. They kept looking around, and eventually they were able to pinpoint where it was, dig into the sand, and they found her phone.
This is almost... it's inconceivable.
Yeah, which is
that would all happen that way.
Crazy, but they were able to actually track that down. So two things.
I'm also missing a vibrator.
All right, and then we'll do this story. Let me see if we have time for one more. This might be it. But a Florida woman allegedly struck a neighbor with a hammer during a property line dispute last week.
Okay, you win.
Kelly Figueroa was hammering down stakes on her property.
If I had a hammer, I'd beat up my neighbor.
In preparation for offense just before the conflict. When deputies arrived, Figueroa said that she had been involved in several incidents with her neighbor amid ongoing property line dispute.
How many?
Dude.
How many times have you
All the
reported
time.
on property disputes?
Yep. She said that she was placing the stakes in her backyard when her neighbor approached and pushed her. The neighbor's son told authorities that it was Figueroa who pushed the neighbor before striking her with the hammer that she was using to place the lawn stakes with. The neighbor had some swelling and brushing on the left wrist, and the argument began when Figueroa was accused of placing the stakes on the neighbor's property. She said the neighbor's injuries would have occurred while she was working in her own yard, and her allegations were false. Figueroa is charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. By the way, and that's it in the bizarre file. If you have a property issue, isn't there someone that you can call in to come and specifically, a surveyor, show you where it is?
That should be the case. So
do that.
We put the fence in our yard. Our neighbors directly to the side of us. We saw where the mark was, and we came in a little bit, to our property. It's like, why?
Yeah.
What does it? What does it matter?
But I can imagine you can go to your township or whatever it is, and they can come out and say, okay, here's clearly where it is. And then
get your hammer.
Once you do that, now go get your hammer. Breaking news.
Yeah,
sad news.
Oh,
Nick
no.
just pulled this up. Hang on a second.
Breaking news.
Man, David Soul passed away.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, Starsky and Hutch from Starsky and Hutch. He was 80 years old. I don't have any details other than just the headline that he passed away. Nick, did you look into this at all?
I don't know much more than that.
It says here he left after a valiant battle for life in the loving company of his family, so he must have been sick for a little while. If everybody's around. Oh, man.
What else would I know him from?
He was from the Salem's Lot.
Yep.
Okay.
He was fantastic in
never saw
Salem's Lot.
that.
I watch it every Halloween.
Yep, he was the male lead in that.
And also he sang, he had a hit. What was his hit there, Preston?
Yeah, it was called, oh, man. No, it's not that.
It wasn't this? Oh, okay.
Oh, man, I know it. Because Owen Wilson does it in the movie Starsky and
Don't
Hutch.
give up on me, baby, or something like that?
Don't give up on me. Don't give up on us now.
Don't give up on us now, baby.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, and Silver Lady was another one of his number one singles. And they both in the movie, right? They both make a
Yes, they
cameo.
make an appearance at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. All right, well, thanks for sharing that, Nick. I appreciate that.
Sorry for
but
the sad news.
It's all good. Let us take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll test your knowledge of today's program, the lesson question. We'll also get to trash and music news. And Brooke from Froggy is jumping in as well. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up in IMAX for you guys because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different. Correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of Letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to Letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy or it's in full app. So it is in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square.
So
you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover, and I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers! Yeah, you're gonna get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC.
I do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope the Justice League gets it together.
don't.
So with that,
I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kiersey Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Cyborg's mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, like in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? with Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as a he's just trying to please his boss, and he's is that correct?
There's a family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination. And it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain, and I've said this countless times on the show. A mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher, because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
He is.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could, and I just, anytime an actor sees the movie, is by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. Cool. And I saw that video where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today, because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl, and that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic, because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. It was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from from sort of Hans's camp, and that's how we sort of got together. And then because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then and then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing? And he was like, absolutely. And we worked together. He did,
Secret ingredient in Bill Cosby's Sleepy Girl mocktail. 215-263-WMMR. Call right now, and while you're calling, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Get a few stories. Let's get that now. What's going on, Steve?
Sure, my pleasure. Jill Biden seen putting in a vigorous workout at a Brentwood Soul Cycle last week. Now, because she is the First Lady, Secret Service agents had to ride up ahead of her on their stationary bikes.
Oh, my God.
Ghost Adventures host Zach Baggins claiming his haunted museum has a doll so possessed it caused a recent visitor to pass out and hit his head. Baggins says when it comes to the paranormal, there is still so much to be made up. Pierce Brosnan. Did you guys see this? Facing a charge of taking a dip in Yellowstone's restricted Mammoth Hot Springs.
No.
Yeah, Brosnan claims he did not understand the many posted warnings because they were in American.
God. All right. We'll go to the phones and see if someone knows the answer to this. What is the secret?
The secret. It's like a secret, but it smells so good.
What is the secret ingredient in Bill Cosby's Sleepy Girl mocktail? 215-263-WMMR. And it's Ben we'll go to. Hey, Ben, good morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning to see you, Ben. All right, what's the secret ingredient?
Benadryl.
Yeah, hang on, buddy.
No Sandra!
We're going to give you the tickets to see Brett Goldstein Thursday, January 25th at the Met, Philadelphia. A few tickets remain via Ticketmaster. Get them now.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
We're going to leave music news with a chit-chat with a friend.
Yeah.
And not only is she a friend, she's officially the first person that we can say is on the Xfinity Mobile guest line.
I love this.
We now have a sponsor for the guest line.
We sound like a legitimate show now.
We played music from Froggy, as we do every Friday, the Preston and Steve Show theme, jingle, whatever you want to call it, the No Sad Bro song. And so let's get her on. Please welcome. Yes, thank you, Casey. From Froggy, it's Brooke Feeney. Hey, Brooke, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good. By the way, I never knew your last name was Feeney until this very moment.
Well, it is.
So what of it?
Yeah. Shirley Feeney is what it's like. We were big fans of Laverne and Shirley, and Shirley's, this predates you by many decades, but her last name was Feeney. So that makes us smile.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so listen, you guys got a gig coming up, and it's kind of important because you're leaving town for a while.
Yeah, so we have a gig tonight at Creep Records in Port Richmond, Philly, not the South Street one or whatever, the Port Richmond, but I'm going to be studying abroad in Tokyo for the next semester. So
spending
it's kind of a send-off.
So, Brooke, one of my bucket list trips is to visit Japan. So I envy you. Are you fascinated with Japan and the culture? I assume so, right?
Oh, yeah. I've wanted to go to Japan since I was probably 11 years old. I used to write out a budgeting list and just hand it to my mom and be like, see, it's only this much money. I was 11 years old.
Are you're a fan of anime and manga and all that?
Oh yeah, and just there's a lot of Japanese bands, especially hardcore bands that I'm really into right now. So hoping to go to some shows when I'm there too.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Well, any chance that the other band members might join you and you do something over there, or is that too high a concept?
I would. For now, it's too much.
Yeah, it's costly.
Hoping to get some fans out there so we can all come out there.
So your gig tonight, you guys are playing Froggy, obviously. Any other bands on the bill?
Mm-hmm. So there's these other bands at night and Dissidents, but then the first band is this band Billy, which is my other band, which is like, think of like the Dead Milkmen meet like early Meat Puppets.
Wow, that's a cool.
It's so silly.
Are you playing with them as well?
Yeah, so that's like we made an album like 2 years ago. We made 69 songs and would just hit record and play and just made it work. So we got to squeeze it. This is our first like real show, but I thought it'd be fun for my send off.
Brooke, did you say 69 songs?
Oh yeah.
There are bands that go their entire career and don't write 69 songs. That's insane.
Well, there wasn't much to it because we would just hit record and start playing and start singing and make it work.
Oh my God.
Listen,
So
it does work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what do and they're not all good. Did you hear me say that? Hey, what do Morgan and Fiona think about you being in another project?
They're fine with it.
All right.
Because it's so funny. They think it's hilarious.
All right.
Froggy will always be my main project, though.
Speaking of funny, you guys' Halloween show, I saw you post videos and stuff on I follow you guys on Instagram, and you guys dressed up as the Beastie Boys. I don't know why these videos are just now surfacing, but that had to have been a lot of fun.
Oh my God, that was probably one of the most fun nights of my entire life. It's so much fun.
Oh, by the way, real quick, we're looking at some of the titles of the songs from Billy. One of them, it says Cucumber Goober's Ball Sack. And then you have another one called My Butthole Hurts.
Yeah, so you get the gist.
Yeah, we get the gist. I like that the track 13 is called Title Track. Very simple, yeah.
What's My Butthole Hurts about?
I don't remember.
It's probably self-explanatory. Yeah.
There's also
It was
another one
me and my
called
friend Adam and his little brother. So it's probably his little brother talking about that.
Okay. There's also another one that says Hard Little Nuts, and then skip this track, it sucks.
Yeah, so we were like, let's make the most punk, most stupid, most raw album ever. We had one microphone in a basement and we just made it work.
Oh,
I love it. Yeah, you guys are great.
It's very underground. All right, so Froggy plays tonight, 7 o'clock. Or the show starts at 7:30. Says doors at 7. Shows at 7:30.
Yeah.
Tickets available at eventbrite.com. Where should people? Can they just show up and get tickets, or it's going to be at Creep Records in Port Richmond, or what's the best way to get tickets for the event?
You can get tickets at the door, but I might get them in advance. I don't know how packed it's going to be. So
All right,
just to be safe.
eventbrite.com, $10-15, something like that. It says here. It says it's a sliding scale. So, and then how long do you expect to be gone in Japan, Brooke?
I come back like April 25th, so I'll be gone for a whole semester, and then I'll be home for the whole summer. So we're hoping to do some cool gigs.
Send me something cool from Japan so I can envy you even more.
I'm going to take pictures of all the cool stuff I see. I'm going to probably document a lot of it on the Froggy account.
Awesome.
All our fans.
All right, well, stay safe and enjoy your time if we don't see you before then. When do you leave for that, by the way, Brooke?
Monday morning.
Oh, so you're gone. Yeah, we won't see you. All right. Well, good luck. And, yeah, we're very jealous. It's going to be a lot of fun, and this is going to be a great send-off tonight. So if people want to go see Froggy and give Brooke a nice send-off before they'll be playing any gigs in the very near future, Creep Records in Port Richmond, and doors open at 7. Good to talk to you, Brooke. Good luck with everything.
Good to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, there's Brooke Feeney from Froggy. Go see. They're so awesome. I love them. They're so much fun.
My butthole hurts.
Come on. Marissa, I have one real item in music news besides that chat with Brooke, and then I have a little added thing that Marissa, a moment in rock history. But here's the one item. Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks have announced a joint concert in Chicago, June 21st, their first ever performance at Soldier Field. And then Billy posted that he and Sting are going to do their first ever joint concert.
Ooh. Wow.
That's in St. Louis. It's September 27th at Busch Stadium. The special event continues the duo's one-night-only series of stadium shows, but maybe if those two have a nice rapport,
they come back and
maybe they do a tour or
tour.
something like that, which would be great.
You saw the Knicks Billy
I did,
Joel thing,
yes,
right?
for-
How was it?
I mean, he's great. I love him. I thought she was boring, but she was her. It wasn't like she was anything different. Just
right.
for me,
I'm
it
a
was-
huge Stevie Nicks fan as well. So.
Yeah.
Tickets for both concerts go on sale January 12th. All right, and then this moment, it was on this day in rock history, and Marissa pulled this up. This is not me telling you that because it's something about me. It was this day in rock history, January 5th, 2012, the first time that I sat in and played with Steel Panther.
Yeah.
It was at the TLA, and I got up and played You Really Got Me from Van Halen.
Was it not the birth of your nom de plume?
It says here that it's the day that I earned the nickname Tommy Tom Thompson, but it's not. I had finally, like, later on, we had talked to him, and I said I wanted to be an honorary member of the band, and Satchel gave me that. But I'm telling you, dude, I think it is the coolest on-stage moment I think I've ever had.
That's pretty amazing.
I felt like a real rock star, and I'm not saying that I'm great or anything, but I nailed it that night. I nailed it. No, that particular performance, I nailed it. And I was so happy because I did the stick toss at the end, and the crowd went crazy, and it was just so much freaking fun. I go back every now and then and watch it on YouTube. And
then it fades out.
And there's a video if you'd like to see it at PrestonandSteve.com of the performance.
Love it.
Those guys are the best.
They're amazing.
Hey, Nick, do you happen to know if Brooke goes to Temple? Brooke from Froggy?
I'll text her right now.
Okay, because Temple has a Tokyo campus. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
No kidding. They have a Tokyo campus?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was like part of the program.
Maybe.
May I ask something that has no relationship to any of the things we're talking about?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is someone eating pasta or something?
What does that smell?
Yeah,
Oh, you know what?
something smells fresh.
Down the hall, the Jimmy Kincaid's show. They had like a First Friday thing.
Okay.
And
That's a thing.
What's the name of that show?
Jimmy Kincaid.
Yeah.
Anyway, they have food down there.
Okay. All right. That's totally unrelated, but nonetheless, it's mouthwatering as well.
So, you know, different areas of this are sweet here. Like if somebody is like they have food down there and we can smell it. If you're in like a different studio and somebody puts on the microwave in one of the kitchens, like it gets filtered to different places. So if somebody cooks in the kitchen here, this side, the old kitchen, in the Ben studio and production studio, you can smell what they're cooking.
Oh.
Like I guess it's the way.
Like The Rock.
Like The Rock.
It's all vented. But yeah, apparently, I guess if they're eating food at the Kincaid show, we can smell it.
Well, speaking of The Rock, Temple does, in fact, have their own campus in Tokyo.
And that's probably it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Speaking of The Rock.
Yeah,
Whatever.
he's-
Why not?
There's
He
a
was
rock.
born in Japan.
I'm sure they have rocks
They
in.
have rocks in Japan.
Yeah, I was trying to find a segue.
My uncle told me.
All right. We should take a break. When we come back, letter of the day, word of the week, and the prize goes to somebody, hopefully you. So stick around. We'll be right back.
A bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release
movie
on
we
that?
shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
Be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman, Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original cut really. There was something that to me were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this. It's an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep. and people are going to get that chance.
All right. So, what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that. But where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos. With the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries, but it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or? Yeah.
Leonidas is coming. So that's it's weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past, but you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have veterans in.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories before it's too late.
Go, Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then, I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really. We don't really have a model for it, but I've got it. It's kind of on the. I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes. And it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys. And it's like a real sort of micro budget movie. And then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be. Yeah. That's like
just want to go
a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max, do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah, no, they like to advertise. Yeah.
You trust me. And
I saw it.
I mean, really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April, and the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know I'm radio.
You can say ass. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Hi, I'm a huge fan," so I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
There you go.
There we go.
It's super Seamus.
Yeah.
Oh my God! My son's name is Ben. If
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so it's
right. Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for 33 WMMR. We are approaching 10:40 on this No Sad Bro Friday morning. Enjoyable day today. Met some new friends. Had a good time. Would like to mention that if you want to get some fashion tips, join Casey Boy tomorrow at Men's Warehouse grand opening.
Yes.
It's the Bala Kenwood location, 71 East City Avenue, and it will be from noon to 2. Stop by because Casey's going to have $25 gift cards for Men's Warehouse to give away.
I'm a fan.
And you can stop by, and maybe he's going to get a new suit. I don't know.
I could use one too. Maybe I'll stop by. Steve, we were talking earlier about like customer service, and some of the best customer service I've ever gotten was at a Men's Warehouse. It's just like the guy went above and beyond.
Yep.
It was, you remember that type of thing as much as you remember bad customer service, and it was just great. I can't say enough good things.
Yep. Stop by and see him tomorrow. I would like to thank Pete Lee.
Yeah.
For being on the show. Pete is at Helium Comedy Club. He has got 2 shows tonight, two shows tomorrow. Super nice guy. Very funny guy, too.
Yes. Yeah. The kind of guy you like to see good things happen for.
Yep, just got married last year, and things are going well for him. And
loves the cocaine.
He loves coke. No, but he now feels, I guess, proficient enough in his career that he can play Philly and be confident.
Yes,
but he's been at it for a long time.
Yeah, tremendous,
super nice guy. So go and see him at him. And thank you also to Brooke from Froggy, who we just had on. They have a show tonight, and where is it, Nick? I'm sorry.
It's in Port Richmond, Creep Records. Yeah, 7 p.m. doors, 7:30 start time. But all the information's on their Instagram, which is Froggy the Band on Instagram.
Nice. All right, and before we head off into the weekend, we got to give away our Word of the Week prize. Pierre Robert has arrived. He's the keeper of the letter. And are you ready to reveal that?
Yes.
All right, let us do it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by the letter.
N as in never mind.
All right, N as in never mind, and we'll take caller number 9 since we're on the letter N. Why not? 215-263 WMMR. What just happened over there?
Little spillage.
Coffee or sugar?
Coffee on his, on his prep sheet.
Paper that I put stuff on.
Yeah, and there's some actual important information on there as to like what's coming up on your show, what the word of the week is. But I think we'll get through.
How to find my way home.
All that kind of stuff. Where your keys
Stuff
are.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are your keys?
Where are my keys? Do you have my keys?
I don't.
Dude,
I don't know what happened to them.
Did that yesterday. I got one of those tile things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It never works for S. I mean, when I don't need it, it works. I'll have my keys in the thing in my back pocket, and I'll sit in the car, and it'll fire off my phone, which I don't need. However, when I can't find my keys, I'll go to my phone, and you press your phone, and you're supposed to be able to find the keys. You guys are so organized, none of this comes across any of your plates.
Well, may I suggest the switch to the Apple Tag?
Yes, and Brent gave me some other kinds of tags. But I've had it with the tile.
Right. I think the Apple Tag might work for you.
All right, I'm going to buy some apples. So I get off.
While you're getting ready for that, what's up on your program today, my man?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Tommy. We've got AC/DC.
Tom Thompson.
Tom.
I'm like, where'd Tommy come from?
How quickly they forget.
I do. Yeah. I do.
I think, was that at the TLA, by the way?
Yes, that first night I played with them was at the TLA, yeah.
And the second time was at the barbecue, right?
No, second time was actually at the Tower Theater.
Wow.
I did a show with them there, and then I played with them a third time at the MM barbecue. Yeah,
because I was at that TLA show, and I have audio coverage of you stepping out on stage. And it was a great moment. It was really
so
cool.
much
and
fun.
And you threw the drumstick.
Yeah.
That's such a ballsy move.
Thanks.
And you caught it.
Yeah.
If you threw it and you missed, you'd just be like, where's a dish towel to bury my face in?
Totally. Sometimes I do miss. That night I caught it.
AC/DC, Malcolm would be 71 tomorrow. Green Day and Black Sabbath in honor of Zach Sabbath, with Zach Wilde playing the Brooklyn Bowl on Sunday.
All right, well, let me go to the phones and try to get us the winner. We're looking for caller number 9. It's Trisha. Hi there, Trisha.
Good morning.
All right.
How are you?
Wonderful. Trisha, you sound like you're in a great mood.
I am.
All right, let's take it up a notch. What's the word of the week?
Fun.
Great day in the morning.
Yes, Trisha. And you certainly will have fun. We're going to give you tickets to a really cool event. It's the 2024 Black Tie Tailgate, Friday, January 12th, the 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show at the PA Convention Center. It's a hoity-toity dress-up event, and you'll have a great time. Okay.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Hang on, Tricia. We'll get your information. And don't forget that the show is going to be in full January 13th to the 21st. And this takes place the night before the whole thing opens up. New cars, classics, customs, everything in between.
Celebrities.
Come find what fuels you. Tickets on sale now at phillyautoshow.com. So let's see. We will thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin. Also brought to you by Ashley. If Philadelphia wins the big game, so do you. Details at ashleyhomestore.online for details. And we want to mention what's coming up next week on our program. A few things. John Cryer is going to be joining us. Yeah, he's got a new show out.
Sitcom.
And comedian Sam Morrill.
I love
Sam. Yep, he's going to be stopping by in studio. And we don't forget, we'll start on Monday. Your opportunity to win a trip with us on spring training in Clearwater, courtesy of phillysportstrips.com. It's a trip for two. You can go to WMMR.com to get the rest of the details. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, friend, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.